Okay. All right, so we've pressed the button. Will somebody let me know when we do it live on Facebook, when the light is green?
Okay.
You should get an email when it's...
YouTube is good. It's live.
YouTube is good. All right, we are live. We are on the air. We are going to cue intro. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel
Steve,
and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks and grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, everybody, welcome to CoCoTALK Live, available on the internet and on pirate radio. We are here with episode 102. We have got an incredible panel at your disposal, so let's start this show, won't we?
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right. We are here. The cast is assembled. We've got an incredible panel available for us for your viewing and listening pleasure. And this is a packed house. Thank you all for being here. We are here on episode 110 of CoCoTALK. We'll go ahead and tease the topic. The main segment today is going to be known as the RMS reveal. More on that in a bit. We got an incredible panel here, so I'm going to go ahead and start going round robin, round the room, counterclockwise from my bottom right-hand corner. We're going to start with Grant Leety. Welcome back to the program, Grant Leety. How are you, sir?
I am doing great.
All right. You've been chasing storms?
Yes, I have. I actually got lucky and was on that tornado that was a strong EF4 out there west of Kansas City. So right here in my backyard.
Wow.
You're the only person I know that would be in an EF4 tornado and think you're lucky.
Yes. And as we're moving backwards around the world, we have from Boyson Technologies, Mr. Richard Lorbieski has joined us. Good afternoon to you, Richard.
Hello, how are you guys?
We're doing great, and I'm glad you're able to join us, sir, and be with us on the program. From down under the thunder, Mr. Nicholas Marentes. Good day, Nick.
Good day, everyone. Yes, hopefully a good show today. I'm looking forward to Fedor's announcement. So, yeah.
Excellent. And to the left of Nick Marentes, we've got royalty in the house, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sir David Ladd, Lord of the Floppies. Hello, David, Your Majesty.
Hello, everyone. I can't wait to see how the show goes today. I hope everybody's ready for a great day.
Oh, Christ. Not only have my ears exploding, but your enthusiasm is off the scale, David, which is wonderful to hear.
No energy there.
Somebody wake David up.
We got with us a guy who's in this thing called the Retro Hobby. In the Retro Hobby, he produces some products. Some of those are tangible goods and hardware products. Some of them are soft goods and software products, but they're all good, and we love him. You know him. He's John Strong of Strongware. Welcome, John.
Welcome, everybody.
Thank you for being here. Somebody's creating a buttload of background noise. I'd like to kindly ask you to spread your wings and find a way to silence that noise. Thank you all very much. You're too kind. Above John Strong, we've got a man whose name is so nice, we must say it thrice. It's Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta.
Good
Welcome,
day.
Nick.
Good day. I want to say thank you for the introduction being in half Canadian, because you guys are kind of hard to understand sometimes.
Well, all right. With this guy here needs a special round of applause real quick. Hopefully the soundboard won't fail me, but hold on. Let's try cueing applause. Yeah, of course, the frickin' soundboard. But the man's name is Mark Bosley. So let's all take a moment to give Mark Bosley a round of applause, because he's been streaming the show for us. He's been our stream engineer. And if it wasn't for Mark Bosley, we would not have had nearly as many episodes as we did. Let's try this button one more time. There we go. Mark Bosley, I cannot thank you enough for keeping the Tandy Flame alive. And have, the show must go on, and it has, thanks to our group, to our community. So thank you so much, Mark.
Now, when you're talking about the flame, you mean the dumpster fire.
Exactly. And not only is he a celebrity in his own rights, but he's also what we call our celebrity booking agent. So Mr. Gateway to the Stars himself, the Timberman, none other than Ron Delvaux is with us.
How you doing?
Fantastic. Our resident Apple guy, and he's a fan of elevators, Mark D. Overholzer's in the house.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to keep his introduction short and sweet today, because his credentials are numerous, but we know him and love him as the CoCo man himself, Jason Reichert. Hello, Jason.
Hey, everybody. And since I'm next to Mark there, I had to get my Mark Overhoser hat out. So we're set to go.
It's twins.
Yes. From the Great White North, from Canada, the co-creator of the Nitrous 9 project, the host of the Color Computer Games List website, it is none other than the curling iron man himself, L. Curtis Boyle. Hey-o!
Make sure you have the right soldering tip to curl your hair properly.
And the introductions just won't stop. We've also got another man who's got an incredible amount of logos behind him there. We know this guy as Terry Steggy, and not Terry Steege, right, Terry Steggy?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm living proof if you use the wrong soldering iron tip.
Before I went into rehab, that's what I was thinking.
Yes, I see you have the same barber as David Ladd. Okay, so we have
Hey.
from somewhere in Europa, out there in I don't, is it Denmark? But he's somewhere in Europe, somewhere where I think all the good drugs are free, or legal at least, but maybe not. But the things he rolls are just tobacco anyways. But we know him as the Madman, Simon Jonason. How are you, Simon?
Oh,
you're not in Amsterdam, right?
No, that'd be Fedor.
Okay, you're in Denmark, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm American. I don't know anything outside of North Florida, so I couldn't find it on a map. So yeah, moving around the room, we have his neighbor and personal friend, and we'll get more into your introduction in just a little bit. But I'll make sure I'm pronouncing your name right too. You are Fedor, not Fedor, right?
No, that's right.
Fedor Steemen, correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Yes, you explained that to me a long time ago, and I happen to remember that one small piece of information. I forget many, but I remembered that. So Fedor is with us. Fedor is our kind of guest of honor today. Next to Fedor, a guy who buys things. He might have what some of us call a problem, but we know him and love him as Brian Weasler. Welcome to the program, Brian.
Welcome. Hello, all.
Thanks for being here. To his left, a guy from the Glenside Color Computer Club, the man of reason. He's a photographer. He's a social activist, and he's just a damn good-looking guy. Eric Canales is with us today. Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
I may be giving you too much credit. You didn't just come back from a Greenpeace mission or anything, did you?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, he's still a decent human being. Above him, another special guest, a gentleman who we don't see on the program very often. Matter of fact, have you been with us before, Carlos?
I have a couple months back, yeah.
Okay, well, from the Color Computer Store, from the Color Computer community, somewhere in the New England area, we have Carlos Camacho. Welcome to the program, Carlos.
Thanks a lot. Konnichiwa to all the Japanese listeners, and bon dia to all the listeners in Brazil. And I just want to say that I'm noticing there's a couple guys with the same haircut as mine, and I don't remember them asking me permission for.
Well, you guys
We'll
did
be
not get
covering that
permission.
later.
Permission 101. That should be a host discussion at some point in time. We've also got a guy who's made a game or two in his day, a couple of indie projects, things like, Audio Spectrum Analyzer and Popcorn come to mind. We know him and love him as Mr. Steve Bjork. Welcome back, Steve.
Hey there, everybody. And of course, I got to be on the show too with my Mark's unit too. I mean, you get these things when you get older. Trust me, guys.
Yeah, those are just glasses for the normal people out there. That's
yeah.
Don't I know it?
And last,
They're great. They're wonderful to have.
Last but certainly not least, a man with multiple N's in his last name. It's Rob Inman. Welcome, Rob.
Hey now.
Welcome to the program. So we're here. Go ahead.
What's a color computer?
A color computer. Great question. I would like to ask you to leave all questions to the end, and we'll get to that in a section called Nobody Cares. CoCo D.
And make sure they're submitted in writing and in triplicate.
In triplicate, that's right. And they need to have management approval. All right. So a color computer, for those of you who spell properly. So we're here. We have a panel. There's a lot has been going on. Right. Today is June 1st, right? I remember it's been about a month since we were all packing our cars and getting ready to go to CoCo Fest. It's only been a month since CoCo Fest, and it feels like an eternity. Doesn't it just feel like CoCo Fest is so far behind us in our rear view mirror? I mean, it's amazing how it seemed like it took forever to get there. And now we're just falling off the cliff at the speed of light, just moving, way past it. So a lot of stuff's been going on. It's summertime. I've had a lot of things with my family, with graduations and proms and parties and all kinds of stuff going on at home. So I have not been able to be on the show as much. I would like to personally thank all of you, the community and the panel and this group of friends that we've gathered together, because this show, in my opinion, has always been what's that old phrase where the sum of the parts is greater than the whole, or something like that? There's a whole involved here somewhere. But anyways, it's synergy, but it's bigger than all of us, right? But it's because of all of us that it is this big, and you guys have done an amazing job hosting the shows and broadcasting the shows and keeping things on keel and keeping things even and balanced and fair and everything else. Steve Bjork, you've done an amazing job. Curtis Boyle, you've done an amazing job. Mark Bosley for hosting the show, for the panel, for all of you for being here every single week and making the show worth being a part of and wanting to be watched and listened. I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. You're all too kind.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
We had to keep the dumpster fire alive.
Yes. So we've done that. Rob says this community is a big hole. All right. Well, I would have to say that's a sophomoric response there, Rob, and I would actually like to to suggest you spread your wings in a direction that's a little bit more mature when you respond like this in the future. So we're here.
This is the highlight of my week.
We got a lot to talk about, but before we do that, we're gonna just jump in. We want to. Fedor is our main segment, right? I guess before we jump into Fedor, by show of hands, how many people have a product update, acquisition, or a little story they're going to want to share? I have one hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a few of us with some product updates. Richard, I can't see if you're raising your hand or not, but did you have something you wanted to mention as well, Richard?
Oh, yes. Well, I guess I can go first. I don't know. Where is the screen sharing on here? So.
Well, I would need to stop my sharing if you're going to share your screen. You going to share something?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have stopped sharing. You have my permission to share, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to figure out where I have to do the sharing from, and that's
it's a green button that says share somewhere.
On the bottom.
Bottom center. Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So there I am. Okay. Good. Screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
We can now.
Ooh, what is that?
Oh, that's just my. No, it's this right here.
Looks like hardware.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's slow down. Let's take. What am I looking at right now? I'm looking at an L-shaped something. It says Boomerang Classic 512K. So explain to me what that is, Richard.
Okay. Well, anyway, I have decided. I was going to release this during CoCo Fest, and because I had some excess inventory left over, and so I was like, wow, you know what? This would be a good time to go ahead and sell these. But unfortunately, I was sick, so I couldn't make it. So anyway, I have done a what they call a soft sell on eBay, but now I'm just gonna. I made it official. It is available on my main website as well. boysontech.com/marketplace. But this is basically a 512K board. I had redesigned it to where it uses CPLD instead of just the TTL that I originally had.
Is there a drive wire in there too?
No drive wire.
Okay.
The only difference between this board and my E2 board, because you could buy the E2 board and it is by itself 512, but if you get the accompanying DAT board with the wire and all that, can go up to 2 meg. But this one is just 512 only. You can't upgrade it, can't do anything.
Okay.
And the reason I'm releasing this one also is there's a lot of people that own multiple CoCos, and they don't really want to invest a lot of money in one of the other boards. So this one I decided just to go ahead.
When you say other boards, are you talking about one of your other boards or just other boards in the marketplace in general? So make sure we're clear on.
Just my my board. But
okay,
it's what I wanted to do was I wanted a very low cost, affordable board that people can put them on their second CoCos, or if they don't have a lot of money, this would be a good option, because honestly, the 512 is a must-have if you're going to be in the CoCo community. It's not.
I would say it's the minimum. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the very minimum. I mean, it's if you want to take advantage of all the cool stuff that's out there now, even in the past, 512 was at least the minimum to go. So this is why I released this.
Okay. Okay. And what is the price of this product?
It is $15.95.
15. Now, let me ask you a question.
Wow.
How is that even possible?
How is that even possible? Well, it's because I source out. One of the things when I started at Tandy is I had learned about manufacturing and also sourcing, and so I have this ability to just source out inexpensive parts. Quality parts, of course, but I'm just able to do this, and also the way I manufacture things. I just pass those savings on to my to the customers.
Is cheap Canadian labor involved in this when you say sourcing?
No.
Okay.
So sourcing is in parts only. I actually manufacture them.
Okay. Okay. So you're not outsourcing the labor; you are sourcing the parts. So you're basically saying you've got an in on getting inexpensive components. So since you can get the parts cheaply, you are putting together a economy product. If I could be so bold to say. Okay.
I just want to say I've been running that board for the last 3 weeks or so, and it's been,
okay, so this is a $15 memory board, which is that's a great price. So nobody's going to argue that. And it looks like there's not a lot of stuff on the board because the top of the board had nothing on it. There's like 3 things on the bottom of this board here. I see 2 modules and a little other. Well, maybe not 3 things.
The very top here it runs on 3.3 volts. So this is your regulator. This right here in the middle is your memory SRAM, and then this bottom is the CPLD.
Okay. Okay.
Well, this will run cooler than the Tandy or other.
Oh, it'll run considerably cooler.
Can I ask a compatibility question?
Yes.
Yes. Would this be compatible with the 512K label that the color computer store would sell?
Yes. It is completely compatible. I mean, if you put that 512K label on there, it will work.
Oh, excellent.
It will not crash.
And it works with DK Remix, which I've verified. I haven't tried to Sierra games, but area of contention.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's like major thunderstorms outside my house. Okay, so we have a really economical 512K memory board. Very cool. Is there more slides to show here?
No,
But wait.
that was it. And if we have a tech segment later on, I was going to show you something else.
Okay.
But that's just something we can do.
Okay.
Later.
All right. That's cool. So that was Richard Lorbieski of Voice on Tech. He's mentioning his new Boomerang Classic 512K memory board. And hit stop sharing whenever you're ready. And just a reminder, too, that there are other memory boards out there, too. Cloud9 Technology has their memory boards as well. I don't know what they're all called, so I don't want to misrepresent them. But to be fair and balanced, there are multiple vendors that are providing products, and this was a picture of one of those products. Thank you. You're too kind, Richard. Jason, did you have you mentioned you had an update or acquisition you wanted to share?
I have a couple acquisitions I picked up. These came in while I was at Hamvention, and I haven't been on from home for a while. But so I picked up a TP10.
Ooh.
Now this one's a little odd. I don't know if it'll show up well, but it actually has. It's not showing up, but it actually says MagTech MCAT printer on, and I haven't that blue label there. I haven't gone here to check and see if it actually peels off, but it does say it's a TP10
on the bottom.
On the bottom, sure does.
Maybe somebody cannibalized two parts and put them together because they fit. I mean,
I don't know. The plastic yellowing's pretty consistent, but it does work. I got it. I got the self test running.
Okay.
Yeah, just leave it out in the sun. That should fix that, right, Ron?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. I just want to put out a potential emergency call for assistance here. But Mark Bosley, would you be possible to maybe be a backup streamer? Because I'm seeing some dark skies. I'm hearing some thunder. And if I lose my internet or my power, it will be a problem.
I'm about to get one as well.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we're gonna do the best we can with within the what Mother Nature will allow here.
Right.
Yep. I'll be
Mother
available.
Nature's just shocked at the low price of the Boomerang board. That's all.
Yeah, she is. Okay,
Yeah.
so you got a new printer, and that printer, you got two of them?
I got a second one. I ended up bidding on two on eBay, and I got another TP10 here in a box. And I also have a cat that wants to jump up in the window, but not happening right now. No, there you go. But I got someday I'll get this camera thing right. I got one in the box.
Okay.
It actually even came with the manual, and it didn't come with the manual, but it came with the receipts from Radio Shack. Someone in San Antonio bought it. No one that I know, but and the cool part is it's in here. It's in here in the styrofoam, and someone must have stored this in the styrofoam because there's again, I don't know how well it's going to show up on camera, but where the styrofoam isn't, it was covering.
Oh, yeah, it has not discolored there. It's not discolored.
It has what's called tan lines.
Yeah. 10 lines. They both work. Now the one I showed before, the MCAT, the one here that was in the box, it came with your standard 4-pin cable that you would expect from Radio Shack when you would pick up a TP10. Now, the one that was branded MCAT had this cable. It had the 4-pin DIN and then a DB25
serial.
DIN. So, so some type of serial connection. So I don't know what this was used for or anything, but I picked it up really cheap on eBay. I said, I'll give it a try. But I suspect under that MCAT label is the normal TP10 label. Maybe I'll peel it off at some point. But that TP10 or that MagTech label kind of sort of has the same color scheme as the old TDP labels I'm seeing. I have to wonder what that. I've never heard of that though. I didn't know if anyone else had heard of that.
Okay.
Nope.
Are you? Is that the end of your?
That's it. Really,
Okay.
the one that was in the box came with paper, so I didn't even. Have to buy
Well, that's
any
cool.
paper.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I just thought of something that I neglected to mention. So Carlos Camacho mentioned he had 512K badges available at his web store, the colorcomputerstore.com. I think he's chewing, but
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I haven't eaten my lunch yet. That's right.
Okay.
We've got 512, 128, 2 megs for the CoCo 3, and stinking badges for the CoCo 1 and 2.
Yes, okay. But where I was going with that was I want to also acknowledge that you are not the only provider of badges in the community, and there are other providers. I don't know if it's directly from Micro or if it's directly from Cloud9, but somewhere between the two of those places is another source for badges. So I neglected to also mention that. So it just came back to me. So But thank you for also providing an additional source of things for us. So Jason had his update. He's got a couple of toilet paper printers. Excellent, Jason. Who else had a project update or acquisition they want? Terry Steggy has something to share. This is show and tell time. This is great. I'm feeling really...
I got a couple things. I'll go quick. Of course, from our own Ron there, sent me one of those. I actually got 2 of those from him, so pretty happy about that.
Oh, those are awesome.
I'm kind of trying to get into some of the software original stuff, so that one's still in the
oh wow, Radio Shack
blister
screen
pack.
print utility, huh?
Yeah,
I thought
used
that
to
was
have the
pretty
CGP 220, the color version of that exact same package, but I never had the black and white one.
I had the color one as well, but I'd never seen the black and white, so I thought that was cool. And then, kind of as Jason was saying, I've got a few more TDP things. I got a modem I did not know existed.
Neat. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of now TDP branded accessories and products and software that I think a lot of us just didn't know existed. TDP voltage spike protector.
Make sure you see TDP on the label.
And then that's the other 2 pieces I got that are
TDP,
cool.
Polaris, and Microbes. Now, the catalog number on the book is different too because it starts with a 10 dash instead of a 26 dash.
That's correct.
So
yeah.
it's not just a different outer cardboard box. It's a whole
The manual's been changed too, yeah. to reflect that.
Wow, that's a lot of effort.
There's
Terry,
I guess there's a cassette player as well. I haven't been able to find one, but I did see a picture of it. So
Now you bought, I forgot the gentleman's name on Facebook, but you bought the in the box, the TDP thing, right? It was a guy. Do you remember his name? Because it's escaping me right now.
Me too.
And I apologize, but I'm old. I forget. But yeah, so he had announced the whole, like, I'm selling my entire museum quality collection of all kinds of things. That was one of them. I really would have liked to have done. Number one, I already have one, so I'm lucky there. And number 2, it was a little rich for my blood. I think he wanted $300 for it or something. I'm not,
Yes.
whatever you got it for is what, But I ended up getting something else from him, which was a box of Intellivision cartridges, and we kind of play tested those the other night, and I went through them all, and they all worked. So I won't bother with that with my acquisition. But yeah, so that was an in the community thing where somebody says, "Hey, I got this stuff. I'm cleaning out my closet. Here you go." And you've got an impressive collection, sir. I'm very envious of your collection, but I'm also very happy for you to have these things.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I've got that one. I do have another one that didn't have a box, so I'm gonna. I'd like to upgrade it, kind of like Ron did with his. And I think, didn't you upgrade yours as well?
Yeah, he did too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I had mine. Brendan Donahue added the CoCo VGA to mine because I do not know how to solder either. So.
Yeah, so that's pretty much all I had. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So that was Terry sharing his things. Good
job, Terry.
I like how when you said, I don't know how to solder either, and then Curtis just popped up on the screen.
I'm the poster boy for not soldering. So
who else had a product update? I think David's Hobbies mentioned in the YouTube chat he had something, but who else? Anybody as we're going down the screen here? That was Terry.
I had a few things.
Okay, you'll be next, John Strong. John Strong raised his hand, but Brian Weezer spoke out first, so that's my decision, tie-breaking thing there. Go ahead, Brian.
I got a couple books and a couple games that I picked up here. This is one that I was kind of talking to a few people at the fest about. It's kind of an interesting book. It's this Color Computer Applications. It kind of goes through and just kind of gives some different examples, again, of how to do some games and stuff, and then you kind of learn as you go. So that was kind of a fun little book.
They spell color right.
What's that? Yeah, so that's kind of hard to see there. They kind of obliterated the R right there, but
yeah,
with the tag there. And then another one that's kind of interesting. It's how to use your Radio Shack printer.
Yep.
Okay.
One of those.
Kind of interesting one there, and it lists all the different various printers that Radio Shack sold, and kind of talks about fonts and doing some programming and cables and different things like that for the different printers. So it's kind of an interesting book.
Jason may need to borrow that, Brian.
Okay. I didn't use that one. And then 2 other ones that I guess there's a third one. It's green, but this one's kind of interesting. It's the extended Color Basic Unraveled there. So that one's kind of an interesting book.
Those are awesome.
It kind of goes through it, and it breaks down, basic, and it goes right into the whole version of BASIC breaks it all down, and then
as
also
a complete commented disassembly of the ROMs is basically what that series was for.
Yeah, there you go.
The first two books.
And then I also have the other one. It's the Disk Basic Unraveled there.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Kind of a nice.
And the third one is a super extended Basic Unraveled, which is the CoCo 3 ROMs, and that's the orange. And I should mention also the extended Basic used to have a color Basic and extended Basic as two separate books, and then they ended up merging them together.
Okay. And does that one have a green cover? I think maybe.
Might. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
And then
the
just
CoCo 3 one's orange though.
Okay. And then just a couple games there in a pre-yellowed case there. The is it coming through there?
Did you say pre-yellowed?
That's post-yellowed.
There you go. Yeah, like Jason's printers there. They came pre-yellowed there. So
pre-yellowed. No extra charge for the yellowing. Yellowing included. Yeah.
And then ones I don't have any packaging for, but I thought they were interesting. I've never played them before. Well, the one I have, but Demon Attack.
Okay. Yep.
It's kind of, and I've never actually heard of this one. I just thought it was interesting, and I like the label. I haven't even popped it into the CoCo yet. But
Sylpheed, yes, another Sierra game. That's the spiritual successor to Thexter.
Oh, okay.
By Sierra Online, they were both ported from. Curtis is holding something up there. What are you holding up there, Curtis?
I'm holding up the super extended Unraveled book. Just
that's the CoCo 3 version.
Yeah, that's the CoCo 3 ROMs.
Okay, that's the one I need to look for then. So okay, thank you.
Okay, you're too kind. Okay, David Ladd has his hand raised, so he's got an announcement too. But I did promise John Strong he would be next. So David, you were next. You are the next after John Strong. So I have acknowledged your hand being raised there. Hello, Mr. Strong. Thank you for joining us on the program again.
Crickets.
John Strong, do you copy? John Strong, you are muted. There
yes,
you go.
I realize that I do that during work days too. Okay, you turn it off so the background noise doesn't interfere. We did show this last week. Okay.
The paddle. I heard you talking about it, but I didn't see it. That's cool.
Yeah.
That looks neat.
Okay, we got the paddle. The knob design is I've tweaked it so it's actually looks a little better feel, prints better. And I couldn't resist experimenting and going a little bit farther because I see a use to maybe using a potentiometer control to do some things with experimenting with sounds and new sound chips and stuff out there. And so the first one I did was really just took that and did two of them. And so think of it as a control board for Surface for using one of the sound chips. Okay, so you can vary parameters as you go.
It's almost like making your CoCo like an analog synth where you could adjust
this is
envelopes.
the idea behind it. And I can't write the software till I have the hardware to play with to do it, unless I want a joystick. But joysticks tend to move or
exactly.
Want, okay?
They'll drift. Yeah.
And so this was all kind of basic with the arcade buttons and the 3D printed buttons. And I got to thinking, well, that's a little bit big. And, out on eBay or Amazon and stuff, you can get some more professional looking knobs. And so I ordered these in. They're a little bit small in comparison to the buttons. And then I ordered another batch in, a little bit bigger, and just getting size wise, got both different, just for a test to see what I want to look like. Of course, this one is aluminum with plastic insert. It's about 10 times more expensive than the other one. Either would work with that, but hoping to write some software to do that, to use it to give an analog feel with experimenting with some sounds to see what I can get some sound effects out rather than just pre-musical sounds out of the OPL and like the Mega Mini.
Okay.
And so that's what I've been planning, is getting those and finding the knobs on the web to get some ordered in. And then did get another geek item. We got a CD duplicator. So that I've got some of my products do come on CD, and I
Okay.
have some other stuff that probably going to be there. So it just speeds things up to have something to the side, so your current config of your computer is not messing with what you're developing. And so that's kind of it for now.
Okay. And real quick, and I'm sorry to cut you short, but thank you. I wanted to mention something that Al Hartman said, and before it scrolls off the screen and evaporates from my short-term memory, Al was pointing out where the TDP 100s could be picked up back when Terry was talking about it, because I don't remember ever seeing them. I just remember hearing about them after I got back in the community. And where did he say it was? He said they were available at Kmart and Sears stores, which were some fairly big retailers at the time. Sears was huge. Sears is what launched Atari, if you want to think about it. You know, the Magnavox and the Odysseys and the Ataris, they were able to be kind of like Radio Shack's dominance. You know, Sears was as big. So Sears was a launch pad for a lot of this new tech in the 80s. And so I'm assuming that was their motivation, is like, hey, if they're selling this many Atari 400s at Sears, if they're, you know, an Atari 800 was like a $1,200 computer when it first came out. So they were probably thinking, these guys can sell a, you know, $800, $1,200 computer at frickin' Sears. Let's get our crap in there too, and maybe we'll move something, you know. So interesting. Sears and Kmart
distributed it also.
RCA did too.
Okay, yeah, because I don't remember the distribution.
I actually had a couple of questions for John.
For John Strong?
Yeah, about the paddleboard. Is that's just a prototype that you have, the single knob one, correct?
Yeah, this is just my first prototypes that I'm building. They're very close. I've got a couple minor tweaks. Okay, I have plenty of the potentiometers in stock, and these will probably be able to make these pretty soon.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty soon. Do you have any kind of target price on that? And where can you get them if somebody is interested to be put on a list or something like that?
Again, a target price, I'm thinking 20 or less. You know, I'm going to say 20 right now, just to be sure that I keep, you know, enough in there to cover my time on it.
And nobody's going to hold you to that. So this is your estimate of what you think it's going to cost. Your mileage may vary on what the end product price is. But
so I've been looking at, you know, the product and stuff. I mean, you can actually, since this is a standard potentiometer, you can go and, you know, put whatever knob you want on it, you know. And, you know, I've seen some nice looking knobs, like $5 a piece and some $10 a piece, you know. This is really kind of nice and convenient because I have the, you know, little thumb notch in it, and I really like that, but I haven't really.
Yeah, I think it looks awesome.
And so I haven't decided on the color scheme. I'm actually thinking about maybe doing this knob in a 2-color plastic, but I haven't tried it with the new software yet. So still kind of development, but it's really very close. You know, it's only minor changes, and I could be shipping these, you know. Somebody needed one right away, I could probably build some for them. Okay?
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Cool stuff. All right, and David Ladd, you're going to be next, and I'm not trying to rush people along, but we're going on 40 minutes, and you know, with our acquisitions and updates. So after David Ladd, did anybody else have anything they wanted to share? Carlos Camacho does. Okay, you'll be next. Anyone after Carlos? I would just try to request brevity if at all possible. David Ladd, you have the floor, sir. You can put your hand down if you'd like and go ahead and share with us your project update and your enthusiasm, no less.
All right. Well, I am ready to go. Richard is going to do a screen share for me since I cannot do it myself. So this is something that I've been working on I started working on last year, but due to personal issues, I never got around to continuing on it. But
the frying pan is what you were working on?
No, actually, this is part of the whole stuff.
He'll have it for sale later.
Yeah. So last year I thought about an RTC before the whole RTC crap blew up. But
now, when you say crap, that is your opinion.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to be clear.
It's my opinion, but you know, it's really technically it's not crap. It's just you know, I'm going off on a tangent. But
I'm sorry, I'm being a bit sophomoric. I will let you continue.
Yeah. All right. So, but after talking with Richard, I decided, well, maybe it would be a good idea to do surface mount. Well, my hand shaked, so therefore I was like, well, I can't solder surface mount. Well, I decided to get a crazy idea this last week. Well, I'll try a frying pan for a reflow oven.
Now, is this a non-stick? And is there a certain, do we need like some type of spray, like Pam or canola oil, anything like that?
No, this is a Tefal frying pan, and it's actually for eggs.
Yeah, I can actually jump in on this. I mean, usually when you do prototyping or just like a 1 or 2 part surface mount, people use what they call a hot plate or even a pan like this. This is actually a very inexpensive way of doing it, especially just a prototype. If you go into small production, some people use a controlled hot plate. It's a surface that is temperature controlled. This one you can't really control it that well, but it's a good way of doing 1 or 2 pieces.
Okay, cool. So that's how you melt the solder, I take it.
Yes.
Okay.
And trust me, once I was sitting there watching it, because I don't even have the solder paste, so I pre-tinned the pads where the chip went, and it took me like just a little over 5 minutes just to get the stupid chip to sit on the pads with the solder because of my hand shaking. And then once I got it, I put a little flux on it and then turned on the burner, and I just sat there and waited for it to melt. And as soon as it melted, I pulled the pan off and I had a fan ready. And then it blew across and cooled it. And then I soldered the rest of it up and tested it. And I found a bug in nitrous 9. Imagine that.
Hey.
Wait a second. Now, this is your opinion you're stating.
No, actually, this is a bug because this is a fact.
A flat fact.
A flat fact. Okay. Imagine that was your own snide addition to the statement.
Yeah,
I'm screwing with you,
just
David.
an offhand slap. I love nitrous 9, but sometimes I like slapping things around.
I would also really quickly to confess that when I was in kindergarten, I ate solder paste. Okay, so as you were.
Explains a lot.
That explains a lot, yeah.
Wow. Totally.
Yeah, back then it still had lead in it.
Well, actually, all of my stuff still has lead in it, so.
That's the good stuff.
That's the good stuff.
After I finished assembling this, and I tried testing it with nitrous 9 with the smartwatch module, and of course, nitrous 9 blew up. So I actually had to go back to the old smartwatch utilities that you ran separately using the software clock. And of course, those are not Y2K compliant, but I was able to verify that my design worked. So I was like, oh, I was so ecstatic. And Richard can attest to this. I was ecstatic.
I know.
So yeah, I was like, oh yeah.
So we're looking at a real-time clock chip that you have prototyped right now in a frying pan of all things.
Yes.
And where does it go? How would I make this work in my CoCo if I was that lonely?
Okay, the original smartwatch chips that the CoCos used back in the 80s and the early 90s, when people wanted a real-time clock, is that the smartwatch module went into your 28-pin socket on your floppy controller, and then your ROM would then go on top of the smartwatch.
The floppy ROM.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was a pass-through. Okay.
Yes.
And did it have to be on the floppy? Is that because how the ROMs stack, like basic, extended, and disk, it has to be at the top of the stack? Is that you couldn't put it underneath the basic ROM if you wanted to, or did it matter the order?
Well,
the ROMs on the CoCo 3, for example, are soldered in, so it's much easier to do on the disk controller.
Oh, so this was more of a convenience logistically than a necessity on as far as a pecking order, where how you layer and stack things in the CoCo.
Also, that clock is accessed in the memory region of where that ROM is located. So if your drivers are written for one spot, then if you want to move it somewhere else, you have to have modifications to the driver.
Okay.
But
David, I have a question, David.
Yes.
Working with circuits like this, don't you have to worry about things being static?
Well, the thing is that the stove I was working on is all metal, and it was grounded. And of course, the pan is aluminum, which is again metal. So therefore, and I of course when I was moving between my workbench and the stove, well, I was holding the pan by the metal. I touched the stove first to equalize the static, and then I put it on the burner, so I didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but you said you were static.
He was ecstatic, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
So Terry Steen, creator of Balloon Fire, also known as Couch Killer, says, so glad we're getting real-time clocks. At last I can sync my 200 CoCo system with NORAD to play Pooyan. So this is a design in progress. So will the design change, and will the design be ultimately produced and provided to the community?
Well, right now, I'm taking some feedback from Richard. I've also working on a design for the 2424 pin sockets, and I'm working on a. I asked Jim if I could borrow his design for his 2364 design, and I'm just going to take the RTC and put it in there, so there will be a 24 to 28 pin adapter with the RTC built into it.
That will be nice.
Okay, that went completely over my head. Can you dumb that down for me?
I'm sorry.
One size that fits all those different sizes of sockets, and basically you just get one and you can plug it into 24 or a 28. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, there will be one version for the 24 pin that you want to keep the original 24 pin ROM. Then there will be another version that's a 24 to 28. So that way, let's say that you want to go from the original disc controllers that had a 24 pin socket. And well, you can't use the new like EEPROMs that are 28 pin in that 24 pin. And hence there's an adapter that you can get that goes from 24 pin to 28 pin. Well, in that point, the smartwatch is a 28 pin. So you'd have a 24 to 28. Then you put the smartwatch on it, so that's a whole nother stack of sockets, and then you'd have your ROM, which now goes way outside your cartridge. So if you build the clock right into a 24 to 28 pin adapter, well, now you can upgrade that floppy controller from, let's say, the original Tandy 24 pin ROM to something now you can put a writable ROM into, and then stick it in and up with, a patch disc basic or something else.
So
and
this
then
goes into a disc controller?
Disc controller, game pack, anything that has a ROM socket.
RS-232 pack.
Could it go on your ROM inside your computer?
That was just talked about. The drivers.
It's hard to follow you there, David. I'm losing you, and that's fine. But yeah, we're not all on your wavelength.
Yeah. The question was asked. I don't remember who asked that, but yes, you could put it in place of your motherboard's ROMs. Problem is, they're not socketed on most of the CoCos, so you would have to socket your motherboard ROM.
So it could be done, but logistically, it might not be practical if it's not a socketed ROM chip.
Yeah, you basically have to do the same thing you have to do the 639. You have to take out.
Understood. All right. Okay, so let's wrap this up. Do you got more to say on that, David?
So basically, there will be 3 versions of the RTC in the endpoint.
Okay.
So that's
okay.
Pretty much
so
it.
What are you going to call this? Is it an Australia name? Are we picking a new country now that symbolizes time? Can we call it the Chronos adapter or?
I don't know, because technically this is something that I've been working with input from Richard, and I was going to just push this through Richard. So I leave end product naming to the person that's going to be selling it. So
Ambassador.
Pushing it too much, it sounds painful.
I have a suggestion. Can we call it the Timaroo? Clockaroo.
I think
Clockaroo.
your code for naming, Steve.
Might be a dumpster clock.
Dumpster clock. The dumpster clock.
I can't believe it's not a real-time clock.
Some really neat features to it. It's going to also keep track of star dates, for you Trekkie fans out there.
Okay, excellent.
Is it going to tell you when CoCoTALK's supposed to be on?
Yes,
and it'll notify you.
Version of the clock.
It'll notify you with the speech sound pack. Yeah.
Good luck on that one.
Magic spoke. That's when CoCoTALK starts.
That's more of a warning, though, right?
All right, Grant, were you saying something? I'm sorry, a lot of chatter here.
Yeah, do we have a price point yet?
No, not yet.
No, this is a
Terry says pushing it through Richard will hurt.
Oh Lord!
I don't think Richard is socketed yet.
I don't take well to having soldering irons subjected to my skin.
Yes. All right, listen, we have a lot of show in store, so I'm not saying we're going to end the show, but I'm saying we should probably take a break. It's going on close to an hour. We got lots to talk about, and let's just take a break. I'm going to go ahead and run 2 commercial spots.
Yeah, we got.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carlos. Did I get you? I apologize. I'm so ready to move on. Not your fault. So.
I'm done. I'll let my thing go.
Right.
So I've got 2 announcements. The first is I'm going to get into hardware manufacturing, and I'm excited to announce. I'm going to show it to you. It's my new Boomerang card. It's 512K for the CoCo 3. I'm going to be selling it at $7 to undercut all the competitors.
Boomerang.
But is it made out of construction paper?
Well, it's that flat, right? Yeah.
So it does run cool.
So as you know, I love collecting color computer books and all kinds of 6809 books. I'm always adding to my collection. And the other day, I stumbled upon the most rarest color computer book that's ever been out there. So I plunked $800 down on it. What the hell? Why not? So it's in terrible shape. So I'm in the process of scanning it and cleaning up the pages. And once I'm done, I'm going to be posting that onto the archive. I'm really excited. I think people are going to go, hopefully, bonkers over it, and we'll see. But basically, it's called, what the heck was it called? CoCoville, Half Turn of the Screw. So pretty cool book, and that's my announcement.
All right, very cool. So Carlos has an announcement. Carlos is coming out with the Womb. Is that WOMB? Womb-a-rang? The Woomerang. Okay, so there you go. That was me trying to be funny, and this is what happens when a middle-aged computer nerd tries to crack a joke. Sometimes they get sophomoric, and feathers are ruffled, and feelings are hurt, and posts will go out on the mailing list. So there we go. The Woomerang has happened with WOOM. Woomerang, and excellent. So Eric Canales, did you have any project updates, acquisitions, show and tell?
Well, no, I can't say I do. You guys have already beat me to the market with my Zoomerang.
Hey, if you could sell it for $5, there's some.
Well, listen, there's an unmet need somewhere. All these people working in their shops might need a broomerang. Maybe somebody can make one of those to help them clean up after these projects. So. Okay.
I don't know about Zoomerang. Shouldn't it be a Zeta ring or
Zeta-rang?
Zeta-ring.
Yes. All right. Well, I'm going to run a couple commercials. For those of you who have been holding on to it for a while, you can let it go, as the song says. So I'm going to run 2 commercial breaks. I'll give us about 3 minutes, and we'll be back. And we got lots to talk about. Fedor, Steemen, you are on deck. We're going to play This Is Your Life. Who are you? Where have you been? What are you up to? And then we're going to hear all about this exciting RMS reveal after about 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you. More CoCo Talk after these words.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live CoCoTALK show.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me. It's Original Gamer Stevie Stroh. You know, gameplay. To get your copy of a Gameplay Goodness Color Computer Gaming DVD today, head on over to 8bit256.com. There you will find several DVDs featuring color computer gameplay videos by the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh. So to get your very own copy of a Gameplay Goodness Color Computer Gaming DVD, head on over to the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com and tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas. This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale price for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
Hey, have you got your CoCo 3 yet? Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Rom and Shanghai, and you've tuned into CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer.
What's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and if you're a fan of vintage computing and retro gaming, then you're going to love our Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com. There you will find custom designs by Instagram artist Joel M. Adams. You can get I'm a Coconut, CoCoTALK, and other cool video game images on a t-shirt, coffee mug, or mouse pad. So if you love retro, then head on over to the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com today. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
The Radio Shack TRS-80 put the world of color computing into your home. Instant loading program packs turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more. The color computer is an educational aid, a home management tool, an up-to-the-minute electronic information service. The programmable, expandable TRS-80 color computer from $399 only at Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
You can get the 4K color computer for $399 or the 64K CoCo 2 for $159.
Oh, these were presented out of their timeline order there.
Oh, I know.
I know.
Being silly. Unless it's called the Coke, I'm being silly.
Oh, so Terry Steen, do you remember in the auction they had that big giant clear screen that was for the custom super graphical Mac system, and it was big and heavy. They couldn't give it away. It was on the free tab. I guess Terry Steen got it. He says so he got that G4 display, and his wife has decided that she doesn't want it after all, and I've been already gotten started on the Cocoa Pi conversion as you suggested. So that's kind of cool. He's going to hook up a Cocoa Pi inside that clear screen, do a repack or something. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do. Cool stuff. Well, we are back. We have 20 people on the panel. I don't even know how many people are viewing us live between YouTube, Facebook, and the multiverse, but I want to thank everybody who's here, both in the panel and those who show up every week to share this experience with us, this insanity. The fact that we can manage to continue to get together and still have something to talk about blows my mind. And we have a main topic now. We've got a special guest, Fedor. Has been with us once or twice in the past. He's an active member of the community. He happens to be a foreigner. How do you spell color, Fedor, by the way?
Oh, in English, I use the British spelling, so that will be with OU.
Okay, so you spell it color.
The proper way.
Yeah. English is my native language. So,
all right, excellent. So, Fedor, what I would like, if you don't mind, if we can play kind of This Is Your Life here for just a few. Why don't you tell us kind of like what was your, what did you do back in the day when 8-bit was new? What were you doing? And then fast forward to what you're doing now with the hobby.
Yeah, well, it's been quite all right, actually, because I really remember that my parents weren't that very rich, and they didn't really understand all this computer nonsense. So I couldn't even get one of those small LCD games either. They just thought I was nonsense. They didn't want to invest anything into it. So I I was very lucky that one day my sister showed up with a CoCo 1 battle gray, one of those big ones with the chiclet keyboards, and from then on I had a computer, and that's when my CoCo adventure started. So and it had only 4K of RAM. So and by that time I got the computer. It was already a bit outdated because I went to the nearest standy store. We didn't have Radio Shack where I grew up. Actually, I didn't even mention where I grew up. I grew up in the Netherlands. Actually, you probably know it more as Holland. So that's where I'm Dutch. So there may be some things I need to clarify. Yeah, about the drugs thing. Denmark, that's some other country up north. We don't have much to do with those guys.
Okay.
But I moved to Denmark like 20 years ago to live with my wife, and but I grew up in the Netherlands or in Holland.
Okay.
So anyway, in Holland we had these Tandy stores. So I went to the nearest Tandy store because I wanted to play some games, right away. And I told them, they asked me what kind of system you've got. And, it's got 4K of RAM. And they said, no, that's going to be right. That doesn't exist, a 4K color computer. We have got 16K. So I thought, no, it was 4K. I was sure of it. So then I bought a game, and my first game was Penguin. I think you tried it on the show for many years ago. And and of course it didn't work because I had 4K of RAM.
Ah, okay.
Back to the store, said, something's wrong. So, and then he referred, and I have to tell you, Stevie, because you got a channel called I'm a Coconut.
Yes.
Yeah, because the Standy store guy, he referred me to the local Dutch color computer club, or the club for the color computer and Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And the channel is called I'm a Coconut, right? But that's actually plagiarism because they were first. This is the official. You stole.
Oh, okay. So I stole it.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
They were first there.
I'm slapping myself on the wrist. Okay.
So anyway, it's called the Coconut Club. So they helped me with an upgrade, and from then on, I just I was just having fun with my CoCo.
So there was the CoCo, your first 8-bit machine?
Yep, it was. Yeah.
What did you upgrade to?
64 with extended color basic. Yeah. But I think it was like 11 or so. It wasn't very 11 years old. So, but I quickly discovered that the CoCo was. I really loved working with the computer, but I didn't have too much. The graphics wasn't really great compared to Commodore, and I got picked on by kids in my school because I was the Tandy boy. They wake me up outside after school, and they were, hey, Tandy boy.
Tandy boy, wow. Tandy boy. Wow.
They had a Commodore 64, so okay, well.
Yeah.
Did you have a uniform and everything?
Yeah, but the CoCo's graphics weren't that very interesting, especially because, I discovered when I looked into the Rainbow magazines, I just couldn't understand, the color schemes in some of the screenshots because they had black and white and blue and red, and I was, what is that? That's amazing. Because we had the PAL signal, we just had these garish colors. So.
Oh, you didn't get the composite, the composite artifacting.
Yeah, the composite artifacting that was different. So, but a few years later, I discovered, the CoCo 3 came out, and then I started saving for. I took a paper route and started saving up money for Color Computer 3. Ordered from the US. I didn't realize I was still very young, so. I didn't realize you have to get a special monitor because it's the signal, and you have to get an adapter for the currents. If I knew better, I would have ordered one in Australia or something.
Yes.
I even had family in Australia back then, so they could have easily just bought one for me and send it to me. It would have been much easier. I didn't have internet back then, so So anyway, I had a lot of fun with my CoCo. Actually, I got a little picture from back in the day. Actually, this is me.
Yeah, go ahead. You got to turn on your screen sharing. We don't see you yet.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen for a moment there. Can you see that?
I remember you posting this, where you were commenting how the girls looked like they were completely bored, and you were totally into it. Totally.
Yeah.
So,
And this is some kind of, I don't know what it looks like, an IBM actually.
It looks like an XT or an XT clone, just based on the
Yeah.
chassis look in there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I look like I think this was before I got a CoCo. And I was
You almost had a fro going on there, bro.
Almost looks like a young Nick
Yeah. Well, I had
Parentes.
curly hair, but kind of lost those curls. You know, it's. I don't know what happens. So, and this is, by the way, this is a recent picture.
Hey.
This is the computer I started out with. I still have one in a cupboard somewhere over here. But I went to the computer museum in the Netherlands. There's one in the east of the Netherlands called Konami.
Your picture's flipped. Brake keys on the wrong side.
Yeah.
That's
The label's on the right.
That's Europe.
Oh, right.
Oh, that's right. This is European, so everything's backwards.
They drive on the right, they drive on the left, and their brakes on the right.
Yeah, my videos of a camera. I messed with the camera settings, so now.
Okay. Well, no, this is the special one of a kind left-handed CoCo keyboard. So.
Yeah. This is reverse too, or what?
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine. So your screen sharing is reversed somehow. I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's interesting.
So anyway, come 90s, and CoCo was in decline, and I started studying at university. Didn't study anything technological. I started biology. So yeah. And then I kind of went into the PC world for like many years. And then I moved to Denmark to be with my wife. And then I started thinking, you know what? Started browsing on the internet, and then I discovered I was working at IBM at the time, customer support. I was doing some night shifts, and it was very quiet, and that you all the time in the world, and just started Googling, and I thought, oh my God, there are people making emulators and doing stuff for the CoCo, and it's still all alive. So actually, 20 years ago, I already started, being interested in the CoCo. So, here I am now.
And you're here, and we're glad that we have met you in this community, and we appreciate you having here. You are a member in good standing. I just renewed your membership recently. It came up, and there was a vote, and we said, yeah, we'll let you stay. I punched your card, and you can stay for another year. So
good to know. Yeah.
Deep breath.
Do we validate parking also?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
With our membership, actually, Steve pays us.
So what are you going to show us today, Fedor?
Well, I'm going to show. I've been doing some digging, and all about there was this very interesting chipset described in the. I learned about it in the book, Color.
The Underdog book, yes.
Yes, this book, very great, very good book. Really
yes.
Happy about that. So, and you know what? I read about it, and I thought, there's something not quite right about this whole thing, because Motorola developed this thing that the very advanced video chip was actually ahead of Amiga. Well, it was developed at the same time as the prototypes for the Amiga. So I don't know if someone has been spying one way or the other, and then it kind of fell on the floor. And I thought, I think a lot of us feel that, that's actually a bit of a shame, So what happened to that thing? And nobody, everybody assumed that it was just dead. So I started Googling and tried some magic. And then I did some very interesting discoveries that are really, I've been, burning up inside to show you guys for the past few weeks, actually. I've been knowing this. So I hope you're ready.
We're ready.
But I like to torture people, so I created a little PowerPoint.
Ooh, PowerPoints. That's a sign of a professional show when you've got PowerPoints, when slides and charts.
Fasten your seatbelts, everyone.
Yeah, fasten your seatbelts.
Do we have to sign an NDA before we see this?
Can you guys see this or?
Not yet.
Okay. Yes, it's working.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. Yes. I need to move these Raster memory system. So this is where RMS comes from.
Yeah, that's right. That's what yeah.
And the Microbox 3. Okay.
Well, are you ready? Well, okay. So as I told you, there was this graphics chips designed by Motorola with all these cool capabilities.
Yeah.
It was meant for a successor to the Color Computer 2 that we now know that would be the CoCo 3. And it was consisting of these two chips, the MCA68486, or the raster memory interface, and the 68487, called the raster memory controller. And I'm not very technical, I'm not much of a hardware buff, but I'm kind of get a superficial understanding of the hardware of the CoCo and all of these things. So it's kind of the most interesting chip is actually the second one, the 68487, that generates all the graphics, and the 486 that generates the addresses, the video memory addresses. So from the book, it already describes it could display 64 out of 4,096 colors, very much like the Amiga, and it was actually supposed to be compatible with the CoCo CPU. And it could even emulate the CoCo's graphics and memory managements, or the SAM and the VDG chips in case. But unfortunately, this very, very interesting piece of hardware was dismissed by Tandy. And there are several opinions or memories on that. One guy, Mr. Mark Siegel, he said, it was incompatible with the way memory was managed by OS 9. Now, people, if you've read the book, you get more details, but this is kind of a run-up. And a sir called Chatham, he said it was too expensive. Tandy thought it was too expensive to put in the CoCo. And there are also rumors I keep on hearing, I don't know if they're true, but that they didn't want the CoCo to become too competitive with their other lines, especially the Tandy PC Junior, that would later become the Tandy 1000. But you have to stop me or correct me if anything this is completely bogus. But this is kind of what my understanding is of the whole situation.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. So then someone, I don't know exactly when this happened, but they actually found out someone found out there was a raster memory system manual written back in the day. Was it Carlos that dug that up, or who found that, and when was that discovered? Wasn't that Carlos Camachos?
I wouldn't say I discovered it, but I found it somewhere and I posted it to Internet Archive.
Okay.
Phoenix, Arizona.
And that is it's called the raster memory system, not the management system, but that actually has got these very, very interesting features like 64
640 by 500, huh?
Yeah, and 64 by 500. When you about the resolution of the VDG, you can easily imagine how it can emulate those graphics modes.
You broke up on it. Hey, hold on, Fedor, real.
4,000.
Fedor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you broke up just a little bit. We had a little bandwidth breakup on the air there, so I think we caught the tail end of the resolution. You want to just repeat the last part of your resolution statement?
Yeah, well, I can easily imagine how you calculate the CoCo VG modes, with these kinds of resolutions. So it could in any case emulate those two chips that we know from the CoCo, and it was supposed to be directly compatible with the 6809 and the 68000, for which it was actually originally developed. And it had all these, it could hold characters in ROM, custom characters you could change, text modes, all other interesting text features. And I don't know if these are like sprites, but there's called user-definable characters. So that to me sounds like sprites in any case. And collision, gaming-oriented attributes like collision detect, color offset, all of that. And also you got a large virtual screen with smooth scrolling. So very, very interesting indeed. And there's even a brochure made which describes all these neat features. And it is a bit of a shame because it really sounds like this could have made the CoCo into a very, very early Amiga if this had gone through. If there weren't these problems with the memory management or with the price or yeah, if things have gone otherwise, if we could make an alternate history. Maybe I'll make an alternate history video about that myself.
That'd be interesting. Bruce Moore had a series like similar to that. So yeah.
Yeah, you mean CoCo Forever? Yeah, I love that one. Yeah, I listened to all of these. But yeah, so what happened to the RMS? And now it starts to get really interesting because I found some discussions like 5 years old, older even, but kind of mysterious. And then I started discovering that it actually has been mentioned a couple of places, not only in 1984, which would make sense, if they created a chip and they started marketing it, but they, didn't put it out into production yet, just trying to check the fields to see if there's any interesting customers. But I keep on finding references to it as late as 1985, 1986 even. Like, for instance, in the left, it says, this is from the Radio Electronics from October 1984. And they very clearly state that that the Raster memory system is with all the specs that it's supposed to have, is out there, and it's being sold for about $20.
Wow.
So that is a very, very clear confirmation that something has been going on with that it's not just disappeared. Motorola just didn't drop the whole project out of spite because they didn't want to have it. And even as late as 1986, I found some very I found some German textbooks on informatics and electronics, engineering, die Zukunft der Informationssystemen. As late as September 1986, they're still talking about the Raster memory system.
Wow.
So it has been known at least to a very small group, academics, engineers,
Okay. Yeah.
Not the big public, but it's being mentioned again and again every year. So I started digging even more and started modulating my search terms and trying different, combinations. And then just keep on finding more and 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 more. It's more and more confirmation that people, this actually has existed.
Wow.
There's journals and conferences, articles in journals that mention in it. There are textbooks mentioning it. 1986, 1987, 1992, as late as 1992, they're still talking about the RMS. I haven't gotten hold of all of these documents yet, but I'm working on that. It's kind of, it's a bit, a lot of these are a bit obscure and hidden away in libraries all around the world. By the way, if anyone can help me digging those out of the different libraries in the US, in Canada, in Europe, that would be awesome. So, because they're not that easily available. Actually, I can even show you, I've got a list here. And this is all these tabs on my Chrome here. These are all, this is very frustrating because you can find with Google, you can find, actually they put little screenshot of the document they scanned in.
Oh.
Get it, because it's copyrighted. So the mentioning in this one, this is from the Institute of
from the IEEE. Wow.
The IEEE.
Yeah.
Not a small organization, I'd say. And this is the Electrical Design News. You can see it. Then it's in the 684086 Raster memory system. And this one, it's mentioned here, the Raster memory system. This is from 1985, and so on and so on. They keep on mentioning it. So if so many people mentioning it, it must exist. Someone must have used it. But I couldn't find any system that used it. And so I kept on searching and searching, and then I found it. I really found it. And it was called the Microbox 3 by Microconcepts. I found it in a journal, a British journal, engineering, electronics journal. And they had an article about the British rival for the Amiga, as they call it. And this was, I think that was in 1985 or 6. Let me just check now. I'm getting a bit. I got the year wrong. I remember this article was in 1985 or 1986, but they very, very clearly describe that this is a Microbox 3 is a color graphics computer designed around the 68000 and Motorola's Raster memory chipset with the same resolution, the same colors, reusable sprites, virtual screen, for horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
All the specs check out, They even call it the same thing. So I thought this must be it. And you can see a very grimy, very frustratingly grimy little picture over here, which shows the board itself. So, and this was produced by distributed actually by a small British company called Micro Concepts, originally in Cheltenham. They've moved to Cambridge now, and I just I took a hold of this little machine. I just kept searching on it. The annoying thing is that there's a lot of things out on the internet called Microbox, because it's a bit of a generic name.
Okay.
Very, very hard to find more information. But I did track down the original creator, the original developer, the man who created the prototypes, and his name is David Rombell. And I wrote him a very polite mail, and he responded very politely back, and he's been giving me a lot of stuff. And he told me, yeah, well, we only made prototypes because what happened was that they made this, want to make a successor to the Microbox 2. And some of you may have already heard of the Microbox 2. The Microbox 2 was a bit like the CoCo 2. It was also a single board computer like the 3, but was built around the 6809 CPU like the CoCo, and it ran Flex and OS9, and it had a NEC 7228 graphics controller with some neat graphics features. But and the Microbox 3 was supposed to be the successor to it, so they started developing it. Micro Concepts started marketing it. There are several ads I could find in the same magazine, in the same British magazine. But as David told me, they were only at the prototype stage because yeah. Well, I'll tell you what happened, but I'll just a little bit more about the system itself. It ran Flex, OS9, and something called Tripos that they developed themselves. It had the RMS chipset. And it was cancelled. And the reason that it was cancelled was that they were developing these prototypes, and Motorola sent them the prototypes for the RMS chipset. So they sent them chips of the 68486, 6847, so they could, start developing the system. And then when push came to shove, Motorola ditched the chipset.
Wow.
So, make a U-turn, and then and David, he wrote to me. Then they developed a completely different system, because now they no longer could use the chipset. So they made something also around the 68000, but with a different graphics chip, and they called it the Image 10, which, by the way, is also a very, very hard search term on Google, because there's a lot of things called Image 10 on the internet. So. But David, first he told me that unfortunately he lost the prototype when he was moving.
Okay.
And then I said, oh, well, yeah, it's a shame, but, these things happen. But, at least we can, if you can send as much documentation as you can about this whole system so we can learn about it, recreate it, see what happened to this chipset, what originally destined for the CoCo. And then he wrote back, you know what, actually, you're lucky. I did find one. So are you ready to see it?
Yes, yes. I'm holding my breath.
I'm out of slides. See, this is the last slide.
You tease you.
To be continued.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding.
There you go.
This is a photograph of the Microbox 3, that same thing that was probably in that grainy picture.
Yes. And I'm zooming in. Look what I'm zooming in on.
Okay, this is the 6846 chip. Okay, what was it? Was the 46 the memory, the graphics memory, or there was two of them? One of them was the.
No, let me tell you, this on top of here, and yeah, I cannot use a pointer here, but on the bottom you see the XC68486. So that's the rest of. That's for the. Above that one, this is actually, you cannot see the markings, but this is the 68487.
Okay.
The problem was, and David wrote, he told me, as far as he could remember, that it was a bit glitchy, and it was a bit, they had to do some how do you call that? They had to do some solutions to get
some hackery.
They had to hack it.
They had to hack it. Yes. Okay.
On top of that, so that is why you cannot see the marking. But David confirmed this is actually the 68487.
Okay.
So these chips they have been produced, they have been sent out to developers, and they exist. And at least two of them, or at least one pair exists, and it's in David Rumble's.
So this is a recent photograph he just took, meaning he still physically has possession of the prototype board.
Yes, he said I still have it.
Wow. So, and then what? Now to the right there, what was the processor? 68,000. Was that the CPU for it?
Yep. 8 megahertz, 68,000.
68,000. Okay.
And this, and to the left, you got some of the ROM. This is called the Tripos ROM.
Low and high ROMs. Okay.
Yeah. And we got more here.
And there's a real-time clock over there.
There's a boomerang card on the top right.
I don't know exactly what this is.
MC68681L. I don't know what that is either, but it's a ceramic chip.
Yeah. So just tell me where you would like me to zoom out. Just do it. What is this? Oh, yeah. There's another Motorola chip here.
Crystal. Oh, there's a Dell semiconductor.
MC68230P. Yeah, interesting chips here.
Yes.
Wow.
So one of them is probably an MU of some sort.
What so that thing that says Dallas, is that the clock in there, the Dallas chip?
Yep.
That 81 is a DuArt, the dual
UART?
Yeah, dual UART.
Dueling UART.
So, yep, it's a clock.
I've got some more. I've got more. But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. Now how much would you pay? That's the bottom of the board. Wow, look at all those traces, huh?
So, if someone wants to recreate the PCB though, and, try to get some off-the-shelf components, they might have a go at it.
Wow. Wow.
Share these things, but there's a lot
now,
more.
Can you tell us the general area where this person resides? Is he in the United States or is he somewhere else?
No,
or
he's in the UK. He's in the UK.
In the UK. That's right, because this was a UK. This is the manual.
Yes. Oh, I'm not even started, Stevie. I'm not even started.
Don't get me started. Man.
You just saw the pictures of the prototype, confirming that it's real. Now you're getting the gist here. This is the manual, and it's got everything: the specifications, the hardware configuration, how the system, the video, the memory maps, and everything, and the program examples. How to work the Raster memory chipset.
Wow!
Everything is here. So, and I've been holding on to this. I just barely couldn't contain myself because I really wanted to share it with you guys.
Oh my God!
I wanted to, have a kind of a very, coming out moment with this stuff. So this is just candy. Everything is here.
Yeah, it is. It is. So this has gone from a Bigfoot sighting to like DNA evidence that Bigfoot exists.
I found the Bigfoot or the microfoot, or you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's got so many things here. Oh wait, there's more here.
But wait, there's more.
Yep. So I said I'm not a hardware guy. I'm a Google wizard at best. I'm actually an evolutionary biologist, but that is my forte. But I am ready to upload this to the Color Computer Archive or
absolutely
share it with the whole community. So just gonna have a field day with it and just try to figure this thing out. Maybe make an emulator, make an FPGA. I just can't wait what you guys can come up with.
That is something else.
Clancy, I really thought this was interesting. This is some programming examples showing how to use the RMS in assembly. So is 68,000 assembly, so it's all in here. And I've got more here. There's a spec sheet. Yeah, this is just more of a brochure.
Oh my God.
There,
this is candy.
68,487.
Okay, so this is going to explain what all the chips are and what they do and how the logical flow.
Yeah. Processor, this actually says 68,010, by the way. So I've got, David Rumble has been so kind to send me all this stuff, and I was beside myself. This is such a big thing.
Yeah.
Does it explain what that gold chip was?
Yeah. Let's put it side by side here. Just a moment here. Where have we got the gold chip? This one on here.
Yeah.
That's the DuArt.
DuArt. That's the dual UART for controlling serial ports.
Yeah.
Here, 68681.
One port. 60.
It says ACA.
Yeah.
It says ACA here.
One port configurable as RS-232 or TTL serial keyboard input and serial printer output. One port RS-232. So there's 2 ports. So there's 2 serial ports that it controls.
Yeah.
Okay. Stereo sound synthesizer. So it had a sound chip. It had a sound chip. It had sprites. It had graphics, hardware scrolling, and a sound chip.
And a real-time clock with 8K of battery-backed RAM.
But realize this is something that an entirely different company put together. This was nowhere within the scope or vision of what Tandy would have wanted to do.
They could have.
They could have had access to.
Why didn't Tandy do it?
Hold on, I might have a song for that. Yeah, you guys can't hear it because he's sharing, but the audience heard it. So, board and tested. So here were some prices, huh?
Yep.
650 funny-looking L things there.
Pounds of what? You went on there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, back then probably was about a pound was what 220 or 230 back then.
Wow. Dual 3.5-inch floppies.
I've been a little more expensive than the CoCo.
Yeah. Yeah. But this would have been like an Amiga contender, and if produced and marketed well, it could have been an Amiga killer.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Go ahead, Nick.
I'll put something in for Fedor. It's the operating system is Tripos.
Yeah.
Tripos is also the one that was used on the Amiga. So if you look up Tripos, there's a wiki on the website. It tells you about it, and it was used on the Amiga as well.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Well, there you go.
You sure it's not? You sure it's not the Trip OS?
Well, the Amiga was a Motorola machine, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
68,000.
Motorola processor, but did the Amiga use a Motorola graphics chip, or did it have something else?
No, it had their own custom.
Had their own graphics chip.
So I got a lot more. This is actually something about the Image 10 that came into place.
Okay.
Motorola, they ditched the RMS.
Okay.
So they made this one instead, which had it doesn't say exactly what chip it had, but it had.
This is the one that had the 6809 and the NEC video chip.
It says
6810, 6810, 82, 786.
Yeah.
Graphics display card or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Dual RS-232 Centronics, which would be parallel interface. We got DRAM, we got static RAM, we got Winchester disk controller. Wow.
Transputer ports. Okay, that was very interesting.
Yeah.
That was an early coprocessor chipset. It's some very interesting features.
This all
multitasking.
Seems like clocks were available back then and used.
Well, there was real-time clocks on the CoCo back in the day. There were several.
There was.
But used.
But David, he sent me so much stuff. Not only on the Microbox 3. There's the system manual, these pictures. And he also sent some stuff on Tripos.
The actual OS itself.
Yeah.
Wow. This is
a lot of documents. Let's see if we and I'm not sure, but he's been asking me how to get the because he got some floppies and he was asking me if there's some way to get the content off. So I gave him some tips on the Catweasel card or the how do you call that? Some other options. So and I offered to help, but well, this is the long haul. I think we can be really, really happy and excited that
absolutely
exists and the prototype still exists. So at least one pair of these chips still is in existence.
That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely
is his current one, Fedor, is it currently a bootable machine? Like, does it still work?
I didn't ask that, actually. He didn't try to boot it up, I think, but I'm going to ask that.
Yeah, because if it still works and he has a monitor capable of hooking up, I would love to see it, like the boot screen and stuff, and see what it actually looks like.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I did not think of that myself. I was so focused on this fossil.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this is a funny thing, actually, to mention, because my background is in evolutionary biology and paleobiology, or paleontology.
Wow.
So, fossils. So this is actually a bit, for me, it's like digging out a fossil. So some way, this is actually my expertise.
Wow.
If we can get a working prototype, people could start making an emulator for those chips.
Yeah, exactly.
Can those chips be unraveled, so to speak?
I wouldn't know how. I guess so. So I'm in contact with David, and it's been very kind.
Terry Steen says we should mate them and raise more chips.
There you go.
I'd like to remind everyone.
That has something to do with our policy, doesn't it, on here?
Yes, yes. So at the top of the show, we had a disclaimer that the opinions expressed by the people in the panel and those in the live chat are their own. But that's just funny. I don't care what you say. Oh, God bless you, Terry Steen.
We'll have to put the baby chips on an island somewhere.
Yeah, because in order for evolution to really be studied, they have to be isolated. So the whole Galapagos.
This is their older Microbox 2, it looks like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff also on the Microbox 2, some schematics and some of the source code for the Microbox 2. So a lot of very, very neat assembly stuff here. You guys.
Hey guys, I just posted a link to the chat room that has a gazillion files for the Microbox 2 schematics, disk, you name it.
Yeah, I've got some here also. This is directly from Dave. He sent me. I haven't been able to check this out, but there's a lot of stuff also from the Microbox. Oh yeah, he tried to. Yes, as a fun project, he made a VHDL version of the Microbox 2 himself, and that is what he sent me. So we've got a VHDL source for the Microbox 2.
So what does that mean, VHDL?
That's
it's a language for FPGA.
Yeah, for FPGA.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You can make this into an FPGA if you want. You can put the Microbox 2 into an FPGA.
An interesting thing to ask him would be if he still has information about the Motorola people that he worked with, like engineers' names. And so if we can get a hold of engineers' names at Motorola, they could still be around. And so we could next go to bug them.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
I've been, I've got some final thing here because I've been scouring the internet because I thought there has to be something about this there must be some other of these prototypes hanging around because now I have a different search term, which is the XC68486. And actually I found one site, one website, a Chinese website that mentioned these parts. It's a Chinese website. And it looks like it's been dead for like 8 or 10 years. But I'm trying to get a good sorry.
And for those who might be listening later on, not seeing this, we're watching Fedor attempt to use Chinese Google.
Yeah.
So,
I downloaded it, so let me see here.
Isn't there a tariff against that or something?
Hey, I can read Chinese.
The problem with using Chinese Google is 15 minutes. You got to Google it all over again. So,
hello to the NSA.
So like scouring the internet.
Scouring the internet. Yes.
The internet's pretty dirty, so you're gonna need some extra scouring pads.
Yes.
I don't know where I put that particular.
That could be. That's an unmet need in the community. How about you work on the Scour-roo?
So. Oh, I found it. Let's see. Chrome. Yeah. So
There
I
we
found
go.
on this side 684.
Yeah, the XC part of that's
There.
Motorola's internal numbering or how they would assign prototype or first generation chips.
Yeah, exactly. So here you go. This is a website, a Chinese website that sells different electronic components, related to wireless technology and other, technologies. And they actually mention these part numbers. But this website is like 8 or 10 years old. It doesn't look like it's been maintained. It doesn't look like it's alive anymore.
Okay.
But they do have a Canadian office, and I sent them an email actually, but I didn't get anything back here. This is their this is the website. I saved the website just in case they pulled it. I wrote an email to this woman called Sereni Uni at gmail.com. They even have a phone number that I didn't dare call myself, but it looks like the site.
514.
Somewhere in China, there's a warehouse full of RMS chips just sitting on the shelf.
Now, one thing I did notice on that chip list you had there, they had the 68647, but they didn't have the 86 chip listed. So, like, they only had half.
That's right. Yeah.
Al Hartman says you order parts from the Chinese website. One from column A, one from column B. Nothing like Chinese restaurant humor here. So
probably that website, and this is kind of common in China. What they do is they go out and they get all these part numbers and they get people to look, they got these rare chips and they order them. Basically, they're relabeled.
Exactly, like the TP1040.
Yeah. So they
it
may
might be a red herring then. It might be a red herring.
Yeah.
A heron?
Herring.
Yeah, he touched it. He touched the heron too. So yeah, no, herring, red herring. Yes. So.
And many Chinese people actually migrated to Canada back in the 90s. And set up shop there.
Do we know anyone
who lives in Canada? That were very good electronics and programming side at my old job. That crossed with that.
I'm sorry, Carlos. Go ahead.
Do we know anyone that's in Canada?
If only. If only we knew. Yes.
Yeah. So, but I'm still working on this, but I haven't lost hope yet.
Well, it'd be really interesting to see if his prototype that he still has, if that can actually power up, and if you can take a video of it, that would be cool.
Right.
Cool, yeah.
And then get a digital logic meter on it and start poking around on it.
Or if we can at least see some blue smoke come out of it.
Yeah.
No.
At this point, I'm almost afraid that someone.
Or at least a logic analyzer.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. That's very cool. Fedor, I can't thank you enough for not only sharing that with us, but holding on to it.
Yeah.
So you had a time where you could join us, because you and Simon, you're both in the kind of the UK time zone, so you're about 5 hours ahead of us, right? So
yeah, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But I might have to log off in a moment because I got my friend from Holland. He's visiting me and he wants to start driving.
Absolutely. But I want to thank you and so yeah, I'm sure you know how to reach Guillaume in the Color Computer Archive to send that stuff. If you want to send some stuff to us, you could share it with us on Google Drive, or you could email it to CoCoTALK at CoCoTalk.live or whatever, and post it on Facebook and in the file section. Yeah, this is really neat. It is like you say, it's kind of like archaeology and finding a rare fossil from tech history, and it's a distant, it's a relative that we could have had. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's finding the missing link from Neanderthal to Cro-Magnon or something like that. It's just like really interesting.
Stevie, I've got this YouTube channel that I not really do much with at the moment, called Phrenomythic.
Yes.
Alternate history videos. And I've actually been writing a scenario for, also inspired by CoCo Forever.
Yeah.
Tandy actually did make the color computer into a very early Amiga,
Yeah.
What could have happened?
Absolutely.
What if Tandy beat Microsoft and Apple? That's what I'm going to call it.
Yeah.
Well, if you get it to boot, see if it runs Conway's game live.
Oh, yeah.
See if it'll run Doom.
DK Remix.
Yeah, DK Remix. Yeah, DK Remix is the benchmark to make sure that it's a quality product. So, excellent stuff. Very cool. Thank you, Fedor. But please hang out as long as you can. But if you have to go, know that you're always welcome back.
Yeah.
That was excellent.
And actually, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make an executive decision. I'm going to grant you club membership for an additional year in the CoCo community. So not only are you covered from 2019, but you're pre-approved for 2020. Okay,
including the free parking.
We will not validate your parking.
Yes.
and we will not pay for mileage.
You get a special badge.
Cheers.
And I did want to mention something else because Fedor brought up the CoCoNut thing, and of course Stevie runs I'm a CoCoNut. We did our newsletter for our local computer club was also called CoCoNut. Started in April of '83, so we'll have to figure out which one came first.
Yeah, and Nick Marenti's had a book too called CoCoNuts, right?
Yeah. Oh, that was in the late '90s, so that's way too late.
Stevie, did you ask permission to use the I'm a CoCoNut?
I did not, and
We did a whole set of these things, which I have to scan and put in the archive yet, but there's about 12 or 13 issues we did back in the day.
CoCoNuts were found by Columbus in 1492.
When he sailed the ocean blue?
Correct.
But he forgot to file the copyright and the patent on it, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, my God. That is amazing. I'm not sure how we're going to top that, but we will.
Yeah, but I was afraid you were thinking I was smoking something, with all the things about things you can smoke in the Netherlands or Holland.
Oh yeah, so is
Denmark, by the way, it's really, it's Holland where it's tolerated, but it's still illegal.
So it's tolerated, but it's not technically legal.
It's very smart because if they break the rules, if you got hard drugs or hard crime involved in these places, they can just crack down right away.
Okay.
Yeah, toleration, sort of like what we do with Stevie here.
They don't have
Well, God bless you, Fedor Steemen, and we appreciate you. How about we take another commercial break? Do we need to take a long one, or will a minute and a half break be good enough for everybody? And does anybody have a really need to relieve themselves, or we go to a minute and a half break?
I'm good with a minute and a half.
Minute and a half. All right. So when we come back, I'm going to start a segment, not even a segment, but I'm going to have a little speech or talk or whatever on a section that I'm going to call airing our dirty laundry. And we're going to go ahead and talk about some things that have happened on our own show here. We're going to look in the mirror and shine a light on and confess some of our own sins, if you will, on things that may or may not have happened on this show, and some observations that people have shared with us via feedback. Some of it constructive, some of it almost defamatory. But in any case, some things have been brought up, and I feel responsible to sense of responsibility to kind of share some of these things and talk about them in a civilized way, and just be completely transparent about stuff. So after this break, we're going to have a little section that the working title is Dirty Laundry. All right, so after this, folks, we'll be right back. Let's see, what do we want to run for a commercial here? You know what? I feel compelled to run a CoCo commercial, so that's what we're going to run here.
Always room for CoCo.
Hi there, this is Mark Overholzer, and you're watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly talk show where you can join in. Hey, come watch us and see what's happening in the world of CoCo.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
What's going on, everybody? Stevie Stroh, and I want to say thank you for continuing to watch and listen to CoCoTALK. We love doing this show. We think we've put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better with your help. So if you would like to send a feedback a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love to hear from you.
CoCo2, c'est le coq champion, des micros et donne le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas bavard, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il a ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre CoCo est bon malade, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo2 de Radio Shack. En solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac. C'est toi et CoCo2.
We now return you to CoCoTalk.
All right. Well, real quick, actually, before we get onto the whole other thing I mentioned right before the break, I was just reminded that was actually, we've got a new little, this is a professional show, so the things on here are professionally produced. So here's a new little segment, new little video on something that we like to call, or we are now going to call, CoCo Thoughts. So enjoy this, boys and girls.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. If you're using your color computer in Quebec and it stops working, is it now a CoCo won't do?
Oh, that is terrible.
There you go. There you go. Is it a CoCo won't do?
Oh my God, that's my goodness. I'd like to provide some feedback on that.
Send all complaints to wedon'tcare.com.
I invite you to go into the Discord channel, hashtag why you were wrong. All right, so this is the working title that I'm just going to call Dirty Laundry. I think there's a good song about this too. And this is more kind of like another song, Michael Jackson, Take a Look at the Man in the Mirror, if you will, Shimon. And so we're going to just talk about things that have happened in the course of the show in the past. It's been 2 years. It's been 110 episodes. As I mentioned in our new disclaimer when we first started the introduction, this is a live and unscripted show. So anything can and will and usually does happen. And, and every now and then things have happened that maybe could be considered either questionable or uncertain areas of boundaries or whatnot and what have you. So I'm going to open the floor here and just talk about a few things that I know for a fact have happened that I will completely agree with, that were, let's just say, crossing some lines of a higher level of civility. But this is an open forum, and people have opinions, and people will speak those opinions. And one of the precedents I want to make sure we set and be very clear and define and follow from this day forward is that if we're going to share an opinion, let's just make sure we're civilized about it. We had an issue one time. We had an episode where we did talk about addressing drama, and we kind of all agreed then and stuff like that. So in the past, people have made comments about other people and other projects on this show, and those comments weren't always the nicest comments, right? And so just to be fair and to name names, I'm not going to refer to him as some old blowhard, but the gentleman's name is Steve Bjork, and he has mentioned a few things about let's say another CoCo celebrity and some of his products and some of his software and maybe musical capabilities. And it wasn't necessarily completely polite. While he expressed his opinion, it wasn't maybe the sweetest thing to say, but he was being honest. And to his credit, he did not, he wasn't ambiguous about his statements or his feelings. Now, that happened a while ago, and to be completely honest with you, and actually Simon was here too, and there was a couple times where Simon kind of got poo-pooed upon, and I wasn't completely happy about it either. But, what's in the past is in the past, but you also have to acknowledge, what the hell you got there, Fedor? You're stepping on my toes right now. What is that?
Dirty laundry, sorry.
Dirty laundry. Yes. Yes, he's got dirty laundry. So yeah, there has been some things that have happened, and I'm going to acknowledge, yes, they happen. I'm also going to say that I was not comfortable with them, and I also didn't address or say it, so I kind of ignored things, although I did kind of touch on the subject in a very high brushstroke. So yes, that has happened in the past, and we want to acknowledge that, and I'm not saying anybody has to say they're sorry. I'm not demanding apology. I'm just acknowledging that. Steve and I have spoken about this. I don't know if you want to comment, Steve, on it any further on that one issue.
I don't think there's much need.
Okay.
We talked about it a great deal. Most of the people in Discord knows what was going on behind the scenes too.
Okay. So to be completely transparent and self-reflecting, sure, there have been people, and Steve's not the only, we've all probably dropped an opinion that maybe was a little too harsh. Because what's happening here is we are real people. We're adults, we're human beings, and we're having conversations. And in conversations, things are said. What we don't have the luxury of is we really don't have a safety net. We're live, right? We're not scripting things. We're not recording segments and then editing them. So things are going to come out, and sometimes they might not always come out the right way. Sometimes they might not come out. If you had to do it over again, would I really have said that? But this is the reality of human behavior and human conversation. I would say with probably 97% accuracy, we have been completely civil in all of our discussions, and every now and then it happens. And to be honest, it will probably happen again because of all the aforementioned things. So I feel that our show has been completely non-biased in its representation of this community. I don't think we've held back. I don't think we've intentionally omitted a vendor or a product. I think we've been very fair there. I think when it comes to how we've reported on issues, there has not been a slant or a bias or an angle or an agenda. If we have something to say, we're saying it, and we're not saying it to raise one thing or lower another. I think we've been completely balanced there. My opinion, and of course, that's a little biased, but you correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, some things have happened. Now let's talk about another thing that was just mentioned recently, and then I'll let you guys go on. But there's some things going on right now which we're going to address in a subsequent segment on the show after news. But there were some accusations made about the show being kind of, I don't even remember what the words were, but basically raunchy. Let's just say we're being accused of having a raunchy show, having a show that featured women's beasts, and having, which was a typographical error for women's breasts, and then, just having a bunch of guys who are just, rude and disrespectful to women and generally offensive. And if somebody, and so that was one person's point of view that was presented in, let's just say, a less than civilized manner, and was not completely, it was really taking things out of perspective in a way to kind of defame and discredit the show, or at least share their opinion of the show. And listen, we're all entitled to our opinion. Now, and for a while, I was thinking, what the hell is this guy talking about? When have we ever showed women's beasts on the show? And then it dawned on me that we did, and it was, and so now it's time to throw Simon under the bus. No, but this was I chose to show the uncensored version of Simon's demo. And in that demo, there is a scene, albeit a brief one, maybe 3 seconds, where there is a nude model. This is a person who, it wasn't like somebody's picture was taken against their will or without their knowing, but it was an old picture from the 80s of a nude, topless female model. And this is where it's not a question of what's right or wrong. It's what's your perspective on this. Some people could view this as, well, this is kind of inappropriate to have on a show. This is a public show, whatever, family show. Some people could say, it's not that bad. This could be considered art. I'm not here to say if it's right or wrong. I'm here to say that people will have different ways of seeing that. I'm not going to apologize for doing it, because I said at the time I didn't think it's wrong. I still don't think it's wrong that we did it, but I can see how not everybody would agree that would have been the best thing to say. Now, on top of that, there were comments made, right? So during the time that the picture was scrolling up and down, people were putting comments, rude and vulgar and offensive words like boobies. And so the word boobies was mentioned once and twice, and boobies and more boobies. And so, yeah, we're a bunch of immature, perverted, geeky old guys, and we saw digital pictures of a nude woman, and we said the B word. We said boobies. Now, it was pointed out in feedback and pointed out what I consider to be highly civilized and constructively, where somebody sent me an email saying, women have been kind of objectified and things like that, and are still kind of treated unequal. And so he gave a valid point that yes, this could be considered disrespectful or shameful to women. And I respect the fact that he expressed that opinion with me, and thank you. I'm going to say that, yeah, was that the nicest thing to say? No, but I don't consider that raunchy. I consider it to be maybe a little edgy and sophomoric, but yeah, I'm not going to try to defend that. And then the next thing that happened, now Simon Jonason was talking at length on how his Taurus rotation rotated, and it was a very long technical discussion. And he mentioned, hey, I'm going to flip some nibbles. And me being the wisecracking guy I am, trying to inject some comic relief, I said, oh, is that what that picture of that woman was too, with some flipping nibbles, right? Because this is geeky computer humor here. So yeah, we dropped off the flipping nibbles a couple times. Again, I want to address it, acknowledge it. Was it immature? Absolutely, and intentionally. But was it raunchy and disrespectful towards women? Not intentionally. And I'm just going to say, from my perspective, I don't think it was disrespectful. But I respect people who bring it to my attention. And we will definitely make a better and more conscious effort to minimize things like that in the future. So what I'm doing here is basically saying, hey, we haven't been perfect. Yes, we have screwed up. But we are a bunch of good people. I think we've got a great show. I think we've been a tremendous asset and service to this community. And I'm just going to be a lot more proactive and conscientious that when we do mention things, we're going to be fair and balanced. We're not going to be omissive or anything else. And if we're omissive, it's because, hey, I forgot to mention, oh yeah, somebody else makes that board. We're talking about Bob's board, but you know what? Fred made that board too. We might forget that Fred made a board, but that doesn't mean we are intentionally trying to stonewall people or blacklist information. So I've said my piece. I've aired my stuff. Does anybody want to chime in on any of this? We got a lot of people here. Feel free to express your opinions. Nick Marotta is raising his hand. Go ahead, Nick.
I have to say, yeah, that really did speak to me. At first I was like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just a silly word and between that and another incident that I got some positive advice from Steve Bjork as well during the week that I've also taken to heart. And I want to be part of a show that I'd be proud to have other people watch. Anybody in my life, at least my part of it. I can't control what other people do or say, but at least my part of it, what I contribute, I want to be of a certain, I don't want to say level, but yeah, a certain standard. So I myself, I've challenged myself to hold myself to a certain level of standards that make me happier with who I am. So I am really grateful for the feedback that we received from this incident, and also Steve Bjork, thank you for.
But, Nick, can you be specific, because I think we're talking about two different things.
Well, my thing was off air, but
family show, and we're talking about some of the back and forth.
No, the family show aspect.
Arguments.
The comments, the objectifying, the language, just in terms of how I want to conduct myself. So just in terms of like the level of,
okay,
so.
And now, will part of this corrective measure be the withholding of the ukulele?
That will never happen. Because as we said, that is the Winky of the audio world. So I can play ukulele after anything, and it makes it all smooth.
It is a Winky, and Winkies make everything okay. Okay.
Oh no!
Well, all right. So Nick Marotta said you are gonna make a more conscious effort to be less sophomoric, and thank you for doing that. It's not absolutely necessary because listen, part of talking for 4 to 5 hours is we have to be able to balance geeky, nerdy tech stuff with some comic relief. And so part of my disclaimer at the top of the show is have an open mind, have a sense of humor, but I also want to encourage feedback. And if people feel we have possibly crossed some lines or have gotten close to an edge of some borders of acceptability, I do want to invite you to submit that feedback, and we respect your opinion. Simon Jonason, go ahead. And you're muted, by the way. Steve Bjork had his finger up too. Go ahead, Simon.
There's a reason I censored the Bouncy Girl at CoCo Fest.
And it was, what was the reason? There's obvious reasons, right? To be standard. Anything else of that, or just a statement?
Yeah, that was just a statement. There's a reason I censored that at CoCo Fest, but it was not censored when I made it. So
right.
I did it for a certain reason.
Right, because it was mixed company, and it was a respectful thing to do in that environment.
Exactly, because I did not know what the action would be. Because if I was like in if I was a demo party with a bunch of guys who are demo scene, whatever, it would be different.
Right, if it's just the guys, right.
So,
fair enough. All right, Ron Delville, you'll be next, but Steve Bjork was also pointing a finger, and a polite finger, I might say, too. So
yeah, well, what I was going to say in defense of Simon, too, is that over there in Europe, they don't have the same hang-ups we do with upper nudity of women.
Puritans.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so that's, you know, the Americans have a little bit of a hang-up. How we conducted ourselves when we saw the picture, that's a different story.
Right.
But that you're referring to the chatter that was
in defense of Simon, it's art, not nudity.
Well, it's nudity. It's art. It's not vulgar. It's nudity is nudity. So yeah.
Okay. I'll go along with that.
Right, but one man's art, one person, so that becomes an opinion, and I don't want to define the right or wrong opinion. One person can say the fact that we showed a picture of a nude woman on a public forum to be an indecent act, even though technically nudity itself is not indecent, and I respect that person's point of view. Somebody else can say, well, it's an art piece, and it's kind of okay. And so I see two sides of that, and I want to encourage this type of civil discourse where we can, communicate opposing points of view, as long as we're not going to get nasty about it. Or let's just, how about we just don't be a jerk, right? Okay. So Ron Delvaux, did you have something you were going to say?
Yeah, I have a solution, and I'm willing to be photographed or whatever, and have Simon do myself as the male aspect of the up and down.
Now
those offensive.
Now
they're imbalanced.
So Ron Delvaux is willing to show upper body male nudity as well to balance out the thing. That is very gracious of you, Ron Delvaux. I want to thank you.
It's not going to balance. You're going to get Fabio.
Now, what I'll also say too, I've admitted to the fact that I did it, but I also did say at the beginning of the show, listen, we're going to show the demo. The demo is going to contain a nude scene, and if that is something that if that's something that you're not comfortable with, we will let you know and give you time to not have to see it. So I made that disclaimer at the top of the show. I also mentioned it again when we went to run the demo. Now here's the unfortunate part. I had to end up running the demo 3 times, right? Because it locked up twice on my computer, and then we ran it on a VCC. So for those who are completely okay with seeing artful nudity, it wasn't a problem. For those who found that offensive, well, they ended up becoming offended 3 times. And again, 2 sides of the same coin. I respect them both. But I did say we are going to show an uncensored demo. I did disclose that female nudity would be exposed, and I did give people a chance to cover their eyes. So I think I did as much of a diplomatic thing I could do, but I also respect people's concerns for the content of their show and any possible message or stigma we might be associating by doing these type of things. Anybody else?
Well, as Steve Bjork mentioned, it is a cultural difference. I mean, European culture is much more open to that kind of thing than we are in North America. And as mentioned, I think the word somebody else used it.
Terry Steen says, make sure to double warn us if it's Ron. Warning, male nudity is about to happen. Now, sorry, go ahead, Curtis.
No, I was basically finished. It's a cultural difference.
Yeah. Now, what I find ironic is that some of the the people, at least one or more of the individuals who are pointing out that they showed women's beasts on their show. These were the same people that were really okay with testicles bouncing around on a screen. Nobody questioned male nudity or an inappropriate placement of a person's actual face on top of a pair of walking testicles. Nobody had an issue with that as far as the ones who are now calling us out for our sins. So it's interesting what some people find acceptable. Testables are okay with this camp, but women's beasts are not. So I'm not here to judge what you prefer to see or what you consider acceptable, just an observation on my part. Anybody else have anything they want to chime in on our sins and our indecencies that we've transgressed so far?
Well, since this segment is called Dirty Laundry, I think I have something for this segment. And here it is.
Oh, now is this product placement? Is this a biased, agenda-forced segment?
You use whatever laundry detergent you want. This is just what I had laying around. I guess I should face it the other way, label away.
Okay, Brand X cleaning.
Brand X laundry detergent for your dirty laundry.
How much you selling that for?
It's Subaru.
I'm not selling it, but I'm sure Brand X laundry detergent is available in your town.
I'm gonna open up a competitive spirit here and have a half full bottle that's called Some for 50% less of what you're selling yours for.
Are you doing a product placement?
I certainly am. He's selling all for $5. I'm selling some for $2.50. I'm going to own this market. I'm undercutting this. So, okay, excellent.
It's if you want some of your clothes clean.
Partially clean clothes. It's somewhat clean. Excellent. Now,
I will add one thing, and it's based on what Nick said. I think it's a very good statement. If I do, like him, I want to be proud of the show that I could show anybody, my family, friends. If you feel you're comfortable showing this to your kids, comfortable showing it to your mom, that type of thing, then I think that's the right standard to have.
Absolutely.
If you would be thinking twice or embarrassed about it, then maybe double think.
Okay, and fair statement. I agree with you too, but no, let's do an average here. We have done 110 episodes. What percentage of these episodes would you say were anywhere where the episode could be completely classified as something you'd be embarrassed for somebody to watch?
Oh, very few. Very few. And we do have the After Dark show if you want to get into risque humor.
Richard says 110. Sorry. Go ahead, Curtis.
Well, we have the After Dark show, and that one we've advertised ahead of time. That is a more risque show.
Yeah.
So that would be the one that if you want to do that type of thing, go right ahead. The whole show is based on that premise, whereas this one is be informative. So this one I think should have a higher standard.
Yeah. But again, I'd like to balance the informative part with some comic relief, so infotainment, if you will. And then again, one person's funny is another person's sophomoric. So go ahead, Eric Canales.
Yeah, well, I think some of your laundry detergent needs to be all covered if you're going to sell it.
So some exposure there. Is that what you're saying?
It's too much. It's too much exposure. But
okay.
I showed. You mentioned it on a previous show. I think I showed my parents the CoCo Fest
wrap-up show.
Because they wanted to see what the show was all about, and they loved the show. They thought it was funny. They thought it was just fine. So
and that was the show that contained women's beasts.
Probably they saw the demo and we didn't even think about it. It never crossed our mind that it was an inappropriate demo.
No, they didn't go the 3 hours though, did they?
No, we cut around, but we watched a good chunk of it.
That's cool.
I was speaking specifically more not towards the demo itself. I had no issue with that. Just more towards how we were reacting to it, like saying the word over and over. Like
it's the fact the word boobies was mentioned. Like we were literally 12 years old all over again. Because if you saw that picture when you were 12 on your CoCo, those would be the words you would say: boobies, 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 boobies. So we were being the sophomoric 12 years old, reacting in a very human way and trying to be funny and trying to lighten up the show and add some stuff. But again,
Go ahead, Ron. We just did it again.
We just did. But
over and over.
Boobies as a word is not an offensive word. Boobies being said while a woman's breasts are exposed is a whole different thing. So I'll say boobies all day long, and that word in itself is not a bad word. Here Terry Steen says, my daughter knows nerds can be nerdies, doesn't mind anything so far, but some people are a little higher in standards. Fortunately, Amish are most likely not watching. So is your daughter watching right now, Terry Steen? And if she is, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, what else? This is a good discussion. I feel good. I feel therapeutic. I'm healing. Anybody else? Terry Steggy.
I would just say part of the draw to the show and what brought me to it was it is entertaining. This is our hobby. It's something we all want to have fun with. It's not, monotone and this is the only thing we can do. I enjoy that with this, and I don't
spontaneous
that format, but yet I
right.
That does is questionable, and that's we've all felt that, I think, and I'm glad we're responding to that, and from this point forward, I think we're going to be a lot more sensitive to those things, but we can't completely change the show. And
no, I wouldn't ask that for a reason. You got to be you. You got to do you. But we can have fun. We can crack jokes. But yeah, there's always been a level of consciousness to what we're doing here. We're trying to be above board, and I think most of the time we are. And occasionally, your mind or your mouth slips into the gutter. Because listen, we're guys. This is what guys do. We're middle-aged computer nerds. We're excited about talking about a 30-year-old computer. We're sure as heck going to be excited about seeing digital nudity that's low resolution bouncing up on top of the screen. It's just who we are, right? So,
except maybe if it's Ron's nudity.
Except for Ron's nudity, yes.
Well, the other thing, you touched about the being the live show and spontaneous, but also, we are also like sarcastic and comical, and we crack a lot of jokes. And the problem with comedy, or the downside with comedy, is you're going to say something that may be funny to most people, but it may be offensive to another person.
Absolutely.
So it is a good thing that we are at least going to try, do our level best to try to at least be aware and conscious and try not to be offensive. But it could happen.
It will happen, but it's usually not going to be intentional, and it wouldn't be intentionally mean-spirited, even if interpreted that way.
And the other thing
the comments about my body.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other thing about that is, when we do these comedies today, who knows? 6 months from now, it may be offensive, deemed offensive.
Mm-hmm.
So,
standards change.
Yeah.
Well,
standards
change. Bit fiddling is always going to be funny, and double entendres are always going to be funny, and being clever about words and how words sound.
Yes, absolutely.
Is always going to be funny.
Yeah.
And Matchy pointed out, I was talking about bit fiddling in the chat being an actual programming technique, which it is. And Matchy pointed out that a nibble is half a byte.
A nibble is half a byte. These are programming terms.
Things that are also hilarious.
Yeah.
And we're saving all this stuff for our future.
Yeah. So when somebody says fiddling nibbles, the comedian in me could not resist. Boom, there's an opportunity. This is what my mind does. This is that's what she said moment. You know what I mean? It's just boom, you got to do it. That's where I go, because I'm a wisecracking jackass, and I have no shame in admitting to that.
If it's dirty to you, it's in your head. It's theater of the mind.
Yeah, comedy is like volleyball. You get it set up, and someone just puts it up in the air, and you just like, oh my God, I got to spike this.
Exactly. Yes.
And one has to remember, comedy is based on conflict. A comedy does not work unless you have something that kind of twists your mind a little bit, like something inappropriate was said. It doesn't have to be sexually inappropriate, but just inappropriate to the situation that you're describing in the comical routine. That's what causes comedy.
The juxtaposition between the two things. Also, comedy doesn't work when comedy is explained.
When comedy doesn't work if you have to explain it.
Exactly. Right. It's like when you follow up your statement with "you get it," you failed.
And there's dead silence in the room. Yeah, they didn't.
Now you see, there's this port on the back of the CoCo, and it's been nicknamed over 30 years.
And again, right now, ignorance is not mean you're in. It does not also tie into innocence. Now, I honestly didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but my ignorance to that does not make me innocent of the fact. But I will say that who was on the show that day? Well, Tony Pedraza was on the show, and Tony's a very outstanding member of the Citizen. He goes to church on Sunday. He's a respectable guy. He didn't comment on it, and he was there, so it didn't either. He didn't see it, or it didn't bother him, or maybe he saw it. He saw it. Well, he didn't. I don't know if it bothered him, or maybe he just
liked it.
Oh no! Come on, let's not go there. That's being comedic. But if it did bother him, he didn't mention it, and maybe it was just like, I don't want to disrupt the show. I don't want to, I'm not comfortable with this, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to hold my peace. That's possible too. But he was there, and I did not get any read from him that he was upset by. Do you have any, Ron? Do you think he was upset?
No.
John Strong's raising his hand. Go ahead, John Strong.
Okay, my background, very conservative, and some of the stuff does at times offend me. But I try not to force my opinions or the way that things are on the other people. And it's good that you're talking about it, because I'd like to be at any time that my wife could walk in here, there wouldn't be anything offensive on here.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and that's things that concern me. What you guys do in your time, okay, that's what you deal with it. And I'm not, only bringing this up because you've asked a question, and I was offended by the things on Facebook that you talked about. Okay.
Well, give me an example. What were you offended by?
Well, the ones you talked about, the members and stuff, the guy doing the game, that offended me. I kept my mouth shut.
So hold on. I'm not trying to beat you up. I want to be clear on what you're saying.
Well, they posted the video with the game sequence and animation.
You're talking about the men's body parts.
Yes.
You were offended. You were offended by that.
Yes, I thought it was inappropriate in a public forum that should be available to all people.
Mm-hmm. But did you mention that in your comment?
I didn't. I kept my mouth shut.
Okay, so you saw it. It wasn't for you, but you just scrolled past it. You didn't say, "Hey, this is wrong." You just stayed silent. But you're saying,
people
"Yeah, I saw."
People were already commenting, and
yeah.
And I'm not going there because
sure.
I'm not trying to force their.
Right.
This should be like you guys are saying, something that people could come in and they can walk in. If you had kids or our grandkids or friends, walk in and see, and not be intentionally offensive.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the goal. The intent is really the key there.
Yeah, and so it's the intent, and sometimes you see things going away like, okay, how far it is, you go, the Facebook stuff, I seen it only after it was coming, they were talking about it because I'm, admin, level on the Facebook group.
Mm-hmm.
And, they already had their opinions and blah, blah, blah. And then the things came up, there were some ads. And now suddenly people who weren't offended by that were offended because they were old ads that was featuring ladies.
Oh, yeah. When they're showing magazine advertisements from the 80s with women in their lingerie posing with computers and stuff like that.
Yeah. And, to me, you got to have respect both ways.
Absolutely.
You got to respect, in all ways, make this, if they want to have this stuff, make a group for it. Okay. And those who don't want it, we don't have to, just don't show it to me,
Right.
It's like, I'm a dog, I've seen that stuff.
Sure.
You can't help but seeing that stuff in this world.
Sure.
It doesn't mean I agree with it or I'm approving with it.
Right.
But, sometimes it's not the right time to make a point, okay, that this has gone too far. Because if you make your point wrong, it just makes the situation worse.
Sure. But and that's fine. Yeah.
And so, it's it. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to say there, but, would this be acceptable work with your boss walked in?
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. If your boss walked in on your computer screen and there was a black and white digital picture of a topless woman bouncing up and down, even if it was for just 3 seconds, would your boss be okay with that? Would that be a call to the principal's office, or would that be like, what the hell is that? Oh, this is what it is. Okay, I get it. That's fine. Or, you know what I mean? That's a great question, though. This is somebody who just walked in and saw that. What would they think?
And then so that's the kind of the thing, and like I said, I didn't see that. Okay, yeah, I seen it in the Facebook amend, but I didn't know what was going on there. But you don't, I'm not trying to do my viewpoints on somebody else, and Tony
Sure.
may be the same thing. It's like, okay, they did this.
Maybe, it could have been he might not have been comfortable with it, but he didn't say anything. To be fair, which I want to acknowledge. Yeah.
Which you don't. Sometimes there's times it's not the time to speak.
Sure. Just out of professional courtesy, I don't like what I see here, but I'm just remain quiet just to not disrupt the show.
And there's times that I hesitated going on the After Dark. And times I would drop off because things were looks like they're heading the way I'm not comfortable with.
And that's fine, and we respect you either way.
And but the idea was I'm not trying to dictate to you what you're doing, but if you ask me, my feelings,
and this is the perfect time to
and I'm going to speak out, and because that is the appropriate time. You've asked, it's not like I'm preaching to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And hey, I've been through it at work. I've had coworkers who did things that it should not be done.
Absolutely,
in the office.
Yeah, and I want to. You're almost done. I'm sorry.
And so I've seen it. It's not that I'm comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
You asked, why wouldn't somebody that's uncomfortable with it not speak up? It'd be like, okay,
you don't want to make waves sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the appropriate time to say it.
Right.
We've got a very short comment.
Go ahead.
I think we've had excellent series in the past, like the assembly language series, and the thing today was really interesting that we were showing.
The RMS.
So I would just hate for that to be overshadowed. Like if I
honestly, I agree with you 100%, and I don't think the incident we're talking about right now qualifies as something that actually could overshadow literally anything, except maybe one episode. I don't think it can overshadow the legacy of this show. However, unfortunately, there are people in our community who do like to discredit things and are just basically twisting reality to serve an agenda to try to bring someone or something else down. And that's exactly what those comments were. And I saw them exactly as that. But I respect people's opinions. What I don't respect is just basically twisting facts to paint a picture of this show is a total freaking raunch fest, because it is not, and it has never been. Yeah, go ahead.
That's a good segue, because I think that's where we're heading. It's not about one person. I think John Strong, handles himself very admirably, drops off when he feels uncomfortable, joins when he wants to. That's the show. The show is open to anybody who wants to join, male or female. We've invited some of the female members of
Jenna.
Facebook. Jenna.
All one of them.
Her on. You'd think I'd be able to remember her name because she's the only one.
Yeah.
But I think where you're leading to is these statements that are said in order to take down the show, and now we're having an hour conversation about a demo that you gave a warning in advance of.
Yeah, but I mean, it's to me, it's this is an issue worth talking about, and I believe we are human beings. We are flawed. We will make mistakes. There's a difference in, number one, what you did versus what the intent was. Of course, people have no way to know your intent. Nobody can judge you on your intentions. They can only judge you on your actions, right? But the intent of this show has never been one of defamatory, derogatory, disrespectful towards gender, race, religion, or any of those things. That's never been the intent. That's never been anything that's happened in the show. But people have brought this to our attention. I think it's worth talking about. Listen, and at the end of the day, you can't change the past. But what we are talking about here too is being conscious about what we do to make sure we can be better as people, be better as a show, and be better how we represent ourselves, this show, and this community, and just civilize human relationships. And if we're all making that conscious effort to say, yeah, we've done it, yeah, we screwed up, but we're not bad people, but let's try to be better people, I think that's the best case scenario you can have in this situation. And that's what I've committed to do. That's what I've done my whole life, is always to try to be a better person today than I was yesterday. That is my life. It's a journey of hopefully evolution and self-improvement, and I am also capable to look in the mirror and say, oh yeah, I'm kind of embarrassed I did that in the past, I was kind of dumb or whatever, and I'm going to make sure I sure as heck don't do that in the future. That's my life. That's 52 years and counting of me making mistakes, regretting them, and hopefully learning and becoming wiser moving forward.
This is what the show's about.
The color computer. There you go,
Yeah.
Ron.
Yeah,
Way
not
to bring
about
it back to
people.
perspective.
Yeah, we don't care about the people. The
We don't care
come and
about
go.
the people. People come and go, but CoCo is forever. Ron, go vote. Just put it down.
I want to add something. We were talking about posting these old ads on Facebook. I found an old ad in one of my photography magazines from 1947, and it shows a picture of a secretary who is a woman in this picture, and it says, like a perfect secretary, NACO, which is a projector, is smart, quiet, and efficient.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And the people who liked it and laughed at it, they did not agree with that message. So it allows us to experience history and see where we've gone.
That's part of evolving standards we've been talking about too.
Yeah, evolving standards. And the definition of comedy is tragedy plus time. And so the fact that it is tragic that people actually thought and believed these things and 50 years ago, 60 years ago, in fact we can now look about it and say, oh my God, that's so pathetic that it's hilarious.
Caveman back in the
It was like the cigarette ads that you saw back in the 50s and 60s. I mean, you had doctors smoking and saying, yeah, this is great for your health.
Yeah,
and the Flintstones.
Yeah.
They stopped making our computer.
Juxtaposition.
They stopped making our computer, man. 92. 92, it's gone.
Reel it in, Ron. Reel it in. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Ron. Come on.
Well, women in the early days of the computer industry were assigned to do all the software programming because everything was done in hardware, and hardware was the male dominated.
That was the man's world. We're gonna turn our big wrenches, right? So.
Yep. And so women did all the programming. They got us to the moon. The IBM mainframes, etc. I think.
And we're sitting here going, well, what's going on, man?
Yeah.
Where'd they go? Why aren't there
it's
women anymore?
Right. Well, and I'm going to say this: I don't condone or support or believe or agree with objectification of anyone or anything. But the reality is, we are human animals. We are here on this planet because we procreate. And sex is a part of who we are, what we are, how we got here. It's a part of our life. And throughout history, sex sells. So the ads of women in negligees and nightgowns standing next to a mainframe, this stuff has been going on. These women were nobody said, listen, you need to pose for this picture and we're taking advantage of your sexuality. These women are models and we're doing something to be sexy and to get paid for it and say, hey, I'm pretty, and honestly, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I wish I had nude photos of me when I was 20 something because I'm a fat, ugly slob right now. I would gladly post nude photos of my younger, healthier self because there's only that one time in your life when you looked that good. I'm sure those women now are looking at those pictures and they're saying, gosh, I wish I could fit in that dress the way I did back then. But there's a difference from somebody who's posing as a model, doing, borderline risque stuff to use what was a common tactic from dawn of history today is sex sells. And it's a difference from taking advantage of a person because of their sexuality or somebody actually exploiting their sexuality to catch your eye and then make you look at the computer. Oh, by the way, there's a computer behind that girl in the nightgown,
Well, even look at this previous CoCo Fest in Neil Blanchard's booth. I heard that he had 2 females.
Booth babes. He had literal booth babes who were wearing T-shirts that said "booth babes" on the shirts.
Right.
So these were women who voluntarily objectified themselves. And
Right.
so I believe that we would be completely free to, and I don't think we ever said anything disrespectful. I remember live streaming and walking around when they were there. I said, "Oh, booth babes." I'm like, "Listen, you guys would be babes anywhere, not even in a booth." But I didn't make any coy remarks or any disrespectful female derogatory humor. They were attractive women, and they owned up to, "Hey, we're babes, and we're in a booth, and we're wearing these shirts that say booth babes." You know, so
and it was one of those funny, it was one of those good things. It was not a derogatory, or it wasn't a slam on anybody, and I don't think anybody objected. But again,
it was meant tongue in cheek, I believe.
that might be offensive 6 months from now or next year or something like that.
It could have been offensive then. There could have been some people there who did not appreciate women presenting themselves in that light. But listen, if a person puts themselves in a situation voluntarily, they're not being exploited. They're not being objectified. They have put themselves voluntarily in a situation. You can agree with it or not agree with it, but you cannot claim that there's advantages being taken in this situation.
Does this change anything about After Dark or anything?
Well, no. After Dark has been pulled off the air due to some snowflakes. So no, we'll have After Darks, of course.
Oh, okay.
All right. What else? Anyone? I think go ahead.
Again, you were heading in the direction, and I feel like we've gone and looped back around again. But the direction of intentionally taking something out of context and using it to bring down the show.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
I think that's as Ken Reichert said earlier in the chat that there's some insincere complaints being made about the show.
Oh, absolutely. And that's fine. That's fine. People, haters gonna hate. All right. How about we do this? Is anybody else? Does anybody else have any sense they want to add to this? If not, we'll say we're gonna put a fork in this one and it's done. I really have enjoyed looking in the mirror, owning things, talking about things, having these types of These are the discussions that friends should have. These are the discussions that people in a community can have. We don't have to agree, but we can talk about it, and we can talk about it like civilized people, right? And I think we've done a great job. And to that same note, the last 2 to 3 shows that I have not hosted that Steve Bjork has done, and Steve and Curtis and Mark and all you guys, the show is all of you, but Steve has done an incredible job setting a standard to be the epitome of non-bias, fair, balanced, no comments, no opinions. He just did it. Not only did he do it well and kept it going, but he set to me a standard that I hope that I can live up to. Now I hope I can live up to the Steve Bjork standard of the show, because he was, as far as my opinion, the best host we've had so far, next to Grant Leedy, of course. So anybody else? And we'll take a break, and we're going to come back and we're going to do some news. Curtis, have you got news queued up?
I've got some news queued up, yes.
All right. So
I'd like to say
who's that?
David Ladd.
David.
Hold on, I think I have a sound bite for that.
MC10.
Hold on.
David Ladd.
Oh my God.
All right, go ahead, David Ladd.
So, at CoCo Fest, I had a couple people that asked me on the show if I've been picked on too much, and I thought this might be a good time to also cover that, because it would be, falls in this kind of a category, I think, as well.
Okay.
Because the fact that when people are picking on me, there's been times that, and I've said this after the show, that, the picking did go a little bit too much, but normally it's in fun, and in 99% of the times, it doesn't bother me, because it is part of the humor, or, friends picking on friends.
Right.
So those that have asked me, I'm going to say it, 99% of the time, it is in fun, and I don't have a problem with it. There's only the 1% that's been discussed and has been taken care of.
Absolutely.
Can I speak from the 1%?
Yeah, go ahead.
David, I'm not your friend. And all this time, I thought we were really meaning this. I didn't know it was a joke. I'm sorry.
Spoiler alert, it's all a joke.
Well, David, I want to say a couple of things about that. I want to say, number one, thank you for bringing that up. I want to say to whoever asked you that question, that is a person who is genuinely concerned for your well-being. Nice. They may not have known if you were in on the joke or what the intent was, but somebody else was also concerned for you. And I want to say thank you to that person for being concerned about another human being's well-being. So I want to say thank you for mentioning that. And we had mentioned both privately and publicly that we realized, we're kind of taking the whole David Ladd joke thing too far, and we did self-correct. But to be reflective and transparent and look in the mirror, absolutely, we got to own that. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter what the intent is. It's the action and the result are the only thing we can really judge. So even though we didn't mean it, if it did upset you or if it did go too far, it wasn't our intention, but the result might have been that. So I believe we've all addressed it, but we'll do it again too. For the 1% of the times it bothered you, I apologize for the fact that it bothered you, but 100% of the time it was all tough love. But the key word there is love, because we do love you, David, and you know that. Anybody else want to comment on that?
Yeah, we did talk to Dave at the time because I think a couple of us realized the one show we went too far with the David Ladd jokes, and we had kind of apologized to him both publicly and privately. But I think we all realized ourselves that by the end of the show, I think we did go too far. So,
in my joking around that I've done for David, I could never do that if I didn't like him.
Exactly. Well, not exactly, but I'm glad you're saying that, because some people maybe could. So,
no, it's just to me, it's like we're good friends. We really care about each other, and David really knows that. We've had some conversations privately, and there are things that I've seen happen to him that also get my dandruff, boiling mad. So it's all part of that strong friendship, and one of the ways that we let off the steam is we joke around with each other. We feel better. So David's made me feel better by letting me joke around with them, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, and most people, when they joke around with certain people, that they usually like them. With my exception is with Stevie.
It's genuine. It's genuine.
There's one other person that hasn't been mentioned that has something against our show.
And who would that be, Ron?
Mr. Brain.
Oh, Jim Brain. Well, he's not here. So Jim Brain's not here. So
he seems to have just a little bit of an opinion.
And everybody's entitled to those opinions. But I agree with you.
It's kind of like a dumpster fire.
Yeah, but if you want to get all psychological, but when somebody says something and you're like, oh, just joking, but the reality is, if you've thought something and you said something, even though you're saying it in a joking way, we mean the things we say, So, if you walk up to your friend and say, hey, man, your hair looks like crap today, ha, 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 right? And you end it with a laugh and a winky, you still meant what you said, but you're trying to be funny about what you said. There wasn't like, I didn't mean it. No, because you said it. And whether or not people realize that or want to admit to that, you mean what you say. And so, or you wouldn't say it. Nobody, you know what I mean? So it's just a subconscious thing that's going on. So,
hey, Stevie, this is a great show.
Don't forget the wink, Richard. We can't see it,
wink.
But you got to wink. Wink.
That's a great comment, Richard.
You didn't say it was your opinion.
Wink.
My opinion. Yeah.
Wink. Wink. Okay.
And another example of this is Nick Marentes and me, chastising each other with the Nitrous 9 versus RS-DOS. We do that all the time. It's
absolutely. Simon Jonasson, you're muted, but please speak up.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, has sorry, I'm lost for words. Has Nick not also been the subject of such banter, calling him Nick Marinitis, stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. At the end of the day, it's all too easy. It's all too easy to take somebody and to make fun at their expense. And we should be subjective and look inwards and say, okay, well, if I was the brunt of that all the time, what would I feel like? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look in the mirror.
Yeah, but that's just in defense of David at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and usually, and to be really serious about this, there's some people, that I don't joke around. It doesn't mean I don't like them. I do respect them because they sometimes get easily offended, and so that's when I usually, I try to read that. If it's okay, I think I might
yes,
go a little too far with that. I think I just need to back off, because there's some people that I really, really like that I don't joke around with, because I am mindful of, that they may not take it as a joke.
Right. So you're not sure of the thickness of their skin, so you're
Yeah,
playing
and
it
it
safe
doesn't-
to
and it doesn't
unavoidably
reflect on their character as
Sure.
if they're weak or bad or anything like that.
Right.
We are all different people, and yes, I mean you're absolutely right about that.
Today I learned Richard really loves me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, Brian Weasler, you've been muted the whole time. Is there anything you want to say? And I don't want to put you on the spot. If you're kind of good and just sitting back, you're fine. But if you have 2 cents, feel free to.
No, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I mean, I'm not an advocate of political correctness, and I don't think the show should be dictated by political correctness. I mean,
And
the
it
show
won't.
is what it.
Yeah.
The show is what it is, and it shouldn't be judged by just a snippet of time. I mean, I think the work that we've put together and all the people have put together over all the episodes is what the show is. And I mean, I don't think we should be judged for one little piece. I mean, I do agree that some things could be reeled back a little bit, but when you look back and you look at the whole show, you got to put it in context. And but sensitivity has to be there too. It's all too easy to go too far sometimes, and we've all been in those situations. So I agree, yeah, sensitivity needs to be there, but I don't agree that we should change our direction or how we do the show just because of one.
No, we're not going to change. We're not going to change direction. I just think there needs to be a slightly more committed consciousness to what we're saying. Other than that, it's the same old show. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So yeah, I agree with a lot of our discussion here. I think this has been a good discussion, and I haven't really said too much because as people are saying things, I'm kind of agreeing with it in my head and saying yes, exactly. So
yeah, nothing is going to change except for the dumpster fire is going to probably burn a lot brighter.
I mean, if anybody here, I mean, for me being the primary host of the show, I probably get picked on more than anybody. Can't get past level 1. He talks too much. He's a crappy host. Anybody else is a better host. Can't wait for the show to be over. The best part of the show.
And all that is true.
Wink. You forgot to wink. Wink. Yeah, go ahead, Ron Devo.
I have an opinion.
Okay, it's probably wrong, but go ahead.
Well, no, you enjoy saying rendezvous.
Rendezvous. I do.
What is that?
It feels good to say. It feels
I'm not
good.
even French. I'm no part of French, and it's okay. It's okay.
And we saw
Keep
Timber
doing
Man,
it.
and you look like we could put on one of those lumberjack shirts on you, and you could be the Timberman.
I haven't killed many.
Hey, Rob Emmons has a good suggestion. Rather than criticizing the show by one section of it, if you want to complain about the show, you should have to suffer through all 5 hours of it like the rest of us, and then you are totally entitled to complaining. And I would agree with you. Yes, Nick Marotta.
I was just gonna say, what I get picked on for a lot. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Being Canadian.
No. Yes, thank you.
Don't make him play.
He's got a new song he's been practicing. Tell him.
Oh God, it's between that
Oh,
ukulele
I have
or
been
the
practicing.
rap.
The ukulele is like the accordion of the string instrument.
He's got a new song.
Do I? I don't know.
Tiptoe through the tulips.
Oh God.
That's not new.
Oh, let's
I know one thing I tried to do somewhat too to help if I've been joking a lot at say David's expense somebody else's, I'll do some self-deprecating humor too. So
yeah.
That
But you're
lets people
Canadian,
know that
you're
I
supposed
can
to do that.
I can take a joke because I can do it to myself.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry, Curtis. We're sorry.
Let's everybody say we're sorry.
We're sorry. Okay,
Let me go curl my hair with a soldering iron. I'll be right back.
All right, so
sorry.
I'm going to count to 3, and on 3, we're all going to say, and you have to say sorry. You have to say it Canadian, okay? So 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. There we go. That's going to go in the soundboard. Perfect. All right, so we probably can put a fork in this one.
Good.
Just
so we won't have to have this show ever again, right?
Yeah.
This kind of thing?
Well, no, listen, we need to be able to self-correct. We need to be able to reflect. And if we're getting off course, we need to be able to correct. We need to be able to course correct. And you got to be able to look in the mirror and be honest about it and discuss things and be open about it. And I believe this show has done that its entire time. This show has maybe gotten off a little bit for a few segments here and there, but I'm going to go as high as saying about 98% of the time, this is a Puritan program that even the Amish would enjoy. So other than that, with a few transgressions, this is a damn good show that I am 100% proud of 100% of these episodes. And that's just me. And yeah, I'm biased, but I also believe it and I feel it and I mean it.
As Fedor can probably, summarize himself because of what field of work he's in. The show evolves. We self-correct. We figure out some things work better than others, and the show evolves.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, it's all gone downhill since episode 36 when I popped on here.
Can't argue that.
Self-correct. Don't come back for the next one there.
Yeah, Simon.
Definitely wrong with self-modification.
It's self-modifying code. That's what we're doing here. Self-modifying code.
We don't do 1609 self-modifying. We don't do that.
We have done lots of self-modifications to this program, both real time and behind the scenes. So.
I guess my CoCoTALK tattoo applies to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think with all that said, the next person who offends anybody, we're gonna start acting like Hollywood, and you're just fired.
There you go.
There's one other little thing that comes up now and then that doesn't bother me real bad, but all you guys are programmers and I'm just like a user, and there's really no problem with that, except on occasion I feel a little left out, but I still don't have the urge to do any kind of programming.
Is Grant taking a leaky again? Grant, what are you doing?
Sorry, I was cleaning out a bowl.
Cleaning out a bowl. That's what he calls it. Is cleaning out the bowl.
Yeah. So on that note, by the way,
he's washing his hands of this show.
Yes, Grant Leakey.
Yeah. So no more peeing jokes, no more elevator jokes, and no more sex. What do you call it? Changing sex surgery.
Sex change operation jokes.
Thank you.
I'll probably grant you 2 out of 3. I'm not sure we're going to be able to drop the elevator, but I will refrain from mentioning that you've had gender reassignment surgery.
Thanks, Stevie.
Which is of course is only
now anyway, so we don't have to worry about talking.
It's only my opinion. I don't have any fact. I did not check downstairs to be sure. Heavy breathing alert. Heavy breathing alert. Okay, so we will. I can almost guarantee the elevator will never die. But we will. I will make a conscious effort to reduce the amount of times I make urinary jokes and at your expense, and I'll probably stop the sex change accusation too, most likely. Okay.
I could care less. It's all in good fun.
Hey, Stevie, when are you going to start making good content?
Listen. Wink.
Wink.
No, just going back to that other thing. I'm just afraid that somebody's going to come up and approach me since this whole Greg thing has stuck for 2 years. I'm afraid that somebody might come up to me at CoCo Fest and say, "How was the surgery?"
Well, you had surgery that changed you from Grant into Greg. So had a couple letters in your name surgically altered. So all right, let's take a commercial break. When we come back, we have some news. Now, we had another segment that we were also going to get into some stuff, and based on the panel here now, that final segment, do you think we should still touch on that, or maybe save that for another time, or maybe have we diffused some of it here now with this segment?
Is it like a lynching, or
there's been no diffusing. I think that you can't have one subject without the other, and that's my opinion.
I agree.
Okay, okay. Okay, so I just wanted to give the this is a democracy. Richard, you want to still continue with our final host discussion when we're done with news?
That's fine. It's up to you guys.
Well, okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back with some news, and L. Curtis Boyle, our roving reporter and our anchor man extraordinaire, is going to tell us what's new and exciting in the color computer community. What commercials have we run so far? We've done the CoCo. We have done Rick Adams, and we've done...
Fletcher. We need Fletcher.
Fletcher, yes. Where is it? Here we go. All right, we're going to be back after Fletcher, which, by the way, was slightly objectified in the 80s in this commercial here.
Hello, this is Grant Leedy with CoCoTALK. Got your CoCo 3 yet?
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby cable, Color Computer 3 dual RGB cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
All right, Fletcher has gone far, and I know Ron Delville's still working on getting that interview locked down with Fletcher. But we've got news to reveal. I will stop sharing audio in case Curtis wants to share his screen. Before we get into the news segment, I've got all kinds of cool, groovy sound bites that Curtis Boyle has put together for me. Let me see if I can find one of them up here right now. Woo!
Good.
All right. L. Curtis
Press
Boyle.
on the panel there. That was from my silent period.
Number nine. Number 9.
Yeah. Okay, so the first one here, and this is actually one I missed last week. I was going to mention it, and I just kind of skipped over by accident.
And let me ask you, are you going to share right now, or do you not need to share? You're just talking?
This first one I don't, but after that I was.
No problem.
Basically, when we were doing the discussions of Bill Pierce's scrolling, he was doing that scrolling sample that he did with 512K.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the comments there later on had referring to Alan DeCock had made a thing called Custom Basic. And I'm embarrassed to admit this. I mean, Alan worked with us with Nitrous 9 for years, and I never knew he did this. This is pre-Nitrous 9 years. He'd released it in 1988. And it had a whole bunch of extra features added on. And Nick Marentes, correct me if I'm wrong, but you actually tried this, right?
Yes.
So did you want to give a very brief explanation of some of the enhancements that Alan had added to Basic?
Oh, God, I haven't got the paperwork in front of me. I can't remember. Basically, it doesn't work on a CoCo SDC for starters. So the only way I could get it to work was when I replaced, made it boot to a standard disk basic ROM. Then it worked. So I didn't pursue it much further than that because I always have the CoCo SDC, and I just left it at that. But it has got a lot of good commands, which would have been wonderful if is that the instruction book. Yeah, if you want to just quickly explain some of them, just.
Yeah, so he had a bunch of things here for the CoCo 3 enhancements. He had, setting the clock speed with a set command, and then allowing stuff to be lowercase or uppercase for your commands. Use supporting the 64 column, supporting the reverse video and true lowercase enabled at the T1 VDG enhancements to the gimme actually allowed too. On reset go, just if you hit the reset button, your basic program could trap that and do something with it. Disabling the break key on and off, restoring line numbers for data pointers to specific parts of your data statements, high-res joystick interface, joystick extensions so that you could actually read the high-res interface with the joystick command. Enhancements to HPaint, enhancements to HPrint, H screens, which you could actually do like Steve, you've experimented this with Cosmic Aliens, where you could do your P mode with different pages.
Yeah, okay.
It allowed high res pages that you could flip between in Basic.
Oh wow.
Up to 50 of them, it looks like.
Holy crap.
H color, he had some stuff for doing patterns instead of just straight colors, so you could do painting with patterns, etc. H copy, which is another one you would have used because it actually does the copying between your high res pages.
Okay. Kind of like a P copy.
Yeah. He had fonts that you could actually load multiple fonts at once, if I understood this correctly. So you could actually switch between fonts on the fly in your basic program. Loading and saving screens, pattern buffers or fonts was built in. Palette animation, which actually would rotate to the palettes in the background in BASIC itself, that you wouldn't have to do it by hand, trying to do it. So you just set it up, rotate these 4 colors through and let it just keep running on its
almost
own.
like a routine, huh? With a background
Yeah, it's like in a simple language background routine, but basically it'd be multitasking in the background. So you could set, rocket flames animated.
And now this was an OS 9 version of BASIC, or
nope, this is basic. Like
wow.
Extended color basic. List file name, which if you're used to OS 9, that's quite handy. You can list a text file to the screen just with list quote file name quote, and then list. Of course, you want to send it to your printer if you had documentation files from something you downloaded or whatever. Supported 4280 column screens. Fixes some bugs that were in BASIC. And I'm kind of embarrassed because I worked with Alan for 10 years on Nitrous 9, and I didn't know he had done this originally. And as Nick has pointed out, because it's such a big extension to the BASIC, it doesn't work with SDC DOS, but it does work with this extended BASIC. So if anybody wants to try to patch this to work with SDC, I think it'd be a great thing to have.
Is the source available?
Alan was going to look for it. He thinks he still has it somewhere. The executable download is on the archive.
Okay, so there's a binary for this.
Yeah, and then the doc file that we're looking at.
So it could be disassembled, but we'd have no comments and stuff. So
yeah, but Alan, I think he said he thinks he still has it on one of his floppies somewhere. He's going to try.
Oh wow, that's cool.
So yeah, it was.
You think this would work on HDB DOS?
I do not know.
Yeah, don't know. It's worth a try. I haven't got HBD DOS.
Yeah, or RGB DOS or some of those other ones, or YA DOS. Well, YA DOS is, I think, is pretty big already. The one that Brett worked on. And now, for some reason, Zoom just disappeared my share thing. So how do I?
You're still sharing, obviously. Yeah, I can see that. So.
Yeah, I want to try to change the share here, but.
For those listening later on, this is the sound of Curtis.
Okay,
sometimes I feel like I have to do audible closed captions for some of the visual portions of the show. So
we are in the mind.
I'm sorry.
I mean, he's sorry. Curtis is sorry. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm glad you caught on this because I've gotten the notification. So Marlon Lee is probably the godfather of retro videos, and he's done a ton of CoCo stuff. And yeah, I've gotten notified on a few. I'm glad you've got these to show off, Curtis. Thank you. You're too kind.
So Marlon Lee, who is returned. I mean, he's had a job the last few years that has kept him incredibly busy, working a ton of overtime. So he hasn't had much time to do videos at all. I think he's released maybe 3 or 4 in the last 3 years. But he did come back, and he did mention that it sounds like his job is actually starting to lessen up a bit. So he decided to come back, and he did Moon Shuttle for the CoCo. So I'll just play a few seconds of it here. I won't play the whole thing, and I don't know if my system sound is being shared at the moment.
It does not seem to be.
No?
Now, when you go to sharing, go to advanced, and also include system sound or something like that.
Okay.
Stevie, you did a video on this on May of 2016.
Moon Shuttle?
Yeah.
I may have, but if we want to sit here and talk about dibs, who was first to the market, when it comes to this, there is no disputing that Marlon Lee was one of the earliest retro video makers, especially featuring CoCo stuff, and I have mad respect for this man and his legacy.
And he's in Florida too, isn't he?
No, he's Canadian, I think.
No, I think he's from Florida, if I remember correctly.
No, I don't know. Well, that's a great question.
He definitely doesn't have a Canadian accent, I'll tell you that.
Okay. He's got a very distinct voice and style, which hopefully we'll be able to hear.
And he's been doing CoCo videos for at least, I think, pretty close to a decade now.
And most of the time, too, they're pretty legit being recorded on the original hardware with, like, analog captures and, like, recording them to VHS tape first and then, capturing that to the PC. So there's been some really period correct technologies used in the production of these videos.
Yeah.
You still trying to figure out how to share with sound?
Yeah, there's an option for me to do it unless I stop the share first for some stupid reason.
Okay.
So
there's usually a checkbox that also say include system audio.
There's a checkbox if I stop the sharing and then do a reshare, but if I do just try to change it after the fact, it's not giving me the option. So.
Version of an arcade game.
Sound now from him?
Came out in 1981. I really wasn't familiar with this arcade game, and I didn't even realize that Datasoft had released it for the color computer. So turns out that I don't know near as much about the color computer as perhaps I thought I did. And I am still learning about the color computer, which is a pretty nice thing.
Anyway, I won't play the whole thing, but you guys can check it out now that he's back. And
I love his voice and I love his style. He's just cool. He's a one of a kind. He really is.
Yeah.
And
And we were talking here earlier about TDP branded stuff, and obviously Terry's already kind of said this on the show here. But last week we'd covered several things like the cartridges that have been found, etc. And then he mentioned today the surge protector and the modem. And I'm just wondering how much other stuff was actually branded and resold the TDP 100 brand, because I didn't know about any of this stuff except the TDP itself until the last couple of weeks.
Oh, we also had a comment, which I just now saw, but Explorer VR, that's our friend Ben Drakes, the VR guy. He says, personally, I enjoy seeing you guys tease each other, as there's clearly no harm intended. I saw you reveal the Nitrous 9 commercial to Nick on the Best of CoCoTALK DVD. It was very funny. And he's British, and British are very sensible in their humor. They're very civilized. They're much more evolved than us Americans. So I'm very...
Monty Python's proof of that.
Thank you, Ben Drakes, Explorer VR, for the kind words. What's that?
He's from Wales.
He's from Wales. I'm sorry. I did not mean to offend you. And again, I'm an American. I'm an idiot. I couldn't find northern Florida on a map, and I live here. So
this isn't a Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, exactly.
Salvador Garcia's here. Salvador, you missed the whole segment, but you're going to have to watch the replay. We did a whole dirty laundry confessing our sins segment, Salvador. So he's back. Ed Snyder is up to something in the Mad Labs. That's a trademark. Simon had dibs on that. But in his laboratory, Ed Snyder is up to something. What are we going to see here, Curtis?
Well, he released a new video this week showing the actual laser etching process of his new keyboards. And basically, from some comments that he did a little bit later, because we're wondering why he didn't set up a table to move back and forth. He has to manually position the keyboard for every 5 keys that he's burning in. And he has the laser going on low power, so you can see where it's going, so you can center it properly. You can see where it's going to be imaging onto the keys themselves. Once he's got it in the right spot, he hits a key on his computer or whatever that's controlling the laser. Then it does the actual burn-in of those 5 characters, and then he has to readjust it. But basically, because of the way the key
targeting laser.
Sorry, what was that, Mark?
He's got a targeting laser.
Yeah. It might just be the power, because that's what we used to do, too. We used to do a low power. You could guide to see where you're going, and then you'd increase the power to do the actual etching.
That would make sense.
But in this case here, he's mentioned that because of the sculpting of the keys, and the keys are slightly different heights, depending which rows and stuff you're in, the laser has to be very focused to burn in. And we had that issue, too. Like, if you moved a couple millimeters up or down, it wouldn't work properly. So that's why he has to do this all manually, so he gets a table that can go up and down as well as left and right under very concise measurements. So I'll just do a little bit of a demo here, where you can see where the 5 keys are. He's flashing through the image, and he's kind of adjusting with his finger there exactly the position he wants. And he actually fires it up and actually starts the actual etching with the higher intensity version.
That's pretty cool. Can you lower the volume on it, Curtis? It's really loud.
Okay. Actually, he's not talking, so we don't really need it anyway in this case. But you can see it's a pretty painstaking process of having to do this all manually, unless you had some table that can control, the X, Y, and Z or Z axis.
Mm-hmm.
And there you can see the actual etching going in, where the laser stays on target on the specific spots a lot longer to burn it in.
Did you say stay on target?
Yes, I did.
Oops, wrong button. I've got that somewhere in my soundboard, too. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Anyway, that's just basically a demonstration of how this thing works. And then you go and cut it as a video. So it takes him literally about 15 minutes to do one keyboard as it currently stands. Because he has to do it all by hand as far as moving position.
Right.
I bet we can automate that with a CoCo. The positioning.
Yeah.
We need a table that can go up and down as well. That's the thing. And if you look at the very beginning of the video, he's measuring the height from where the laser is mounted down to the keyboard and getting it very precise so it actually etches properly.
Well, and this has actually caused me to think about something right now, because some of the discussions going on right now about
measuring height there. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, some of the discussions going on right now about competition. One of the things they mention is, listen, if somebody's going to provide a product, they're going to make an investment into producing that product. And here we can see where Ed Snyder clearly has. He's made an investment into this freaking laser. He's got a freaking laser to burn things in here. But and so yes, he's made an investment. And guess what? If if there was a $25 eBay knockoff CoCo keyboard that came out 3 months later, would he be upset? I would say probably. Would he be entitled to be upset? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, the other side of that argument is nobody said, hey, Ed, why don't you go out and buy a laser and make these keyboards for us? Nobody asked him to, right? He did. And while his keyboard is probably a really well-designed product and is going to be worth the $100-something he did, if somebody else was able to make an economical keyboard, as much as it does suck for Ed that he might not sell quite as many, the fact that there's the high-end model and that there's a cost-effective model available, these are both good things. So I do see both sides of this argument that this guy has made an investment into what it takes to make a product for the community. And yes, he will be rewarded for his investment because his reputation and his products and his quality speak for themselves. And there are people right now who are probably ready to pre-order this. But I don't see another keyboard in the market necessarily being a bad thing either, especially if it's maybe not as well designed, but it's a cost-effective keyboard replacement. I think there's a place for both of these things in our market.
I agree.
Let me interject that when you say well designed, because there are people that may be working on other keyboard projects, and they do also have a sizable investment in it as well. It's just that, they know, again, it goes to what materials that they use. And also, the other thing is many people own several CoCos. And so buying several of Ed Snyder's keyboards may not be practical or even possible because it may break their bank.
Right.
So that's the other flip side is, hey, well, I can get the other alternative. And that's where I've always advocated with choice, because if one doesn't really fit your needs, then you got
budget.
the other.
You're not stuck with one option.
Yeah, you're not stuck with one option.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking Ed's keyboard.
Oh, absolutely not. No, and I wasn't either. But no.
I'm going to probably buy one or two of them.
Yeah.
They're just awesome.
If all these manufacturers are making these keyboards with different switches, they're all going to feel differently.
Right,
so
right.
Preferences there.
There might be preferences, and again, people buy things for a lot of different reasons. Some people will buy it just because it's made by Bob, and I like Bob. Bob's been around forever. We're going to buy it. We're going to support Bob no matter what he does, and that's fine. You can make a loyalty purchase. There's nothing wrong with your decision there. Some people are going to say, I'm going to buy based on a feature or a price, or does it work for me? That's why there's 10,000 models of cars in 9 billion different colors. You know what I mean? People are going to buy certain things because of personal preference or taste. So there's other factors that will influence purchasing decisions too. So
I would like to go on record as wanting the scratch and dent sale. Like if he messes up on that.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing when we talk about, and I call it capital expenditures, with this laser. Now there are other lasers out there that are more expensive, and there's some that are less expensive.
When you say laser, you must say laser.
Laser. And I'm going to call it the Alan Parsons Project. So anyway. It is based on his choice, and if he says, "Hey, look, I invested in this laser, and I spent $50,000 on it," well, that was your choice.
That was his choice. Nobody forced him to buy that laser.
And
unless somebody's made a contract with him to say, "I want 500 of these, and I'll help subsidize the cost of your laser."
Yeah.
Then it's
well. The other thing is. when I do make capital expenditures like this, I also try, and this is how Tandy was very successful in the manufacturing, is they used stuff in other manufacturing processes. So, like, for example, the CoCo 2, if you notice, the CoCo 3 keyboard or the cases were the same, or practically the same. Same thing with the keyboards. They made interchangeable parts for several of their models, and that's why they could buy on huge volume. But also, when it came to equipment, they would buy equipment that would not just for one purpose and one purpose only. It was for other things.
Right, a single-use machine seems to be
it's like,
not an unwise investment.
Right. I mean, when I bought, I do a lot of repairs and soldering and stuff like that, and I actually went out and bought a very, very elaborate and expensive, and of course it was used, soldering iron. But it's something I use all the time, and that was my choice. But of course, there's other ones that are much, much cheaper that I could have bought.
Right. And you made that yourself.
Yeah, and I made that choice.
Matchy says the keyboard maker is a character. Oh man! Nick Marotta says he got bounced off of Zoom. Can somebody check the waiting room to see if he needs to get back in?
I'm actually back in.
Oh, you are back in. Sorry about that. Okay, time delay. All right, that's cool. But listen, I mean, I'm Ed Snyder. This is my perception of Ed Snyder. A couple of things. Number one, his quality is outspoken. I look at Ed Snyder. He's kind of like the Apple of the CoCo community, because Apple is a company that says, you know what, we're not going to ask people what they want. We're going to tell them what they want. We're going to release this thing. People didn't know they needed it until they saw that it existed. The iPhone's an example, all these things. So Ed brings in things that we never knew we wanted, but now they know they exist. We're like, take our money, right? So Ed's got a track record of doing that. His quality speaks for itself. His prices are fair. He's an outstanding member of the community. He has never been uncivilized to anybody in this community. He's been completely professional, above reproach in all of his dealings with this community. So Ed Snyder is
been on this show.
He's a gold star member.
Well, he also has excellent support too. So
yeah.
And he does well with the disagreements. I mean, even with Nick Morentes and real-time clocks, and he pushed back saying, no, we didn't add a real-time clock. It was a design decision, not a missed opportunity to the Mega Mini MPI. They had a nice back and forth about why he chose.
But was it a civil discourse?
It was.
Okay, well, that's what you would expect from someone in the community, is whether or not if you're gonna exchange with people, trying to be civilized about it, right?
And that's not always easy to do. But, when you're talking to Nick Morentes, it's not always easy to be civilized.
No. I mean, yeah, honestly, Nick really shouldn't be talking about hardware, but that's okay. It's a whole other story.
It's just hard because I'm always right.
Yeah, Salvador Garcia says, I bought so much from Ed Snyder, I'm thinking of renaming my CoCo the Zipster PC. Good times. All right, what else you got going on there, Curtis?
Oh yeah, the next one here is actually from Tim Lindner, and it's fake hardware.
Ooh, fake.
And he's created a MAME bezel artwork of the CM8 monitor, including a door.
A CM8 with door. That's worth at least an extra $50 in the auction. So,
but basically, this is a front end layer that you put on MAME, so that actually, when you run MAME, you actually have the CM8 surrounding the screen.
Do me a favor, scroll up and get the name of the guy who helped them, because I can't remember the guy's name. Does he say who the photographer was? Because I wish I could remember the guy's name. He's new to the community. He was there last year and this year. He was running around with his little notebook and asking a lot of questions. Really nice guy, very enthusiastic guy, learning about our community. His name is escaping me right now, but he was an awesome guy. But that's the guy, because I was talking to Tim in Discord last night. That's the guy who took the pictures for this that was turned into the artwork to use.
I didn't even know about that. So
yeah. And his name is mentioned in Facebook. When they posted this in Facebook, they said, thanks to Tim Lindner and person X, we have this new bezel. That's the guy who took the picture. Tim mentioned that last night when we were chatting in Discord.
Okay, well, if somebody else wants to look that up, we'll throw it in at the end of the news segment.
Yeah.
Explain what this fits on, or how
It's an overlay for the emulator. You know, kind of like how you have your Cocoa Pie artwork when on the borders.
Oh,
this is if you're running MAME with the Cocoa, it would overlay this where it looks like you're running the Cocoa inside the screen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can you get this out the door?
Can you get one out the door? This is more realistic, right? Let's get one with a banged up door hanging half
this
down.
Is obviously fake. The door's still on the thing.
Yeah, spider webs inside it.
Could have made the little light on.
Okay, this next one here is Micro is taking a survey of which models of the Raspberry Pi that they should port OS 9 to for the hobbyist market, which they've been telling us about the last couple months. So there's people have been voting on this so far. The Raspberry Pi 3 all models is definitely in the lead over some of the older models, even though it's slightly more expensive. But if you're interested in running the modern OS 9 on Raspberry Pis, then maybe contribute your vote to this so that they kind of know what direction to go. And as I mentioned before, the Raspberry Pi 3 is definitely it's outpacing the others by more than 3-1 at this point. So.
Cool. So what's the Raspberry Pi 3? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Why is this not clicking for you? There we go.
You got a Canadian mouse?
Well, this is Jim Gary, who's just cranking out the stuff again. So
it's like it's like it reminds me of Forrest Gump. Yeah, I went to the White House again, and I met the president again. Yeah. Jim Gary cranked out 100 new games this week again.
His two new ones today was In the Woods and then Warlords, which is actually a port from the CoCo game of the same name from T&D Software. And this is along the lines if you've played like Viking or Erland or Castle Grey Moon or some of these simulation things. It's one of those styles. It's not the Warlord arcade game we've been talking about with John Strong and the paddles and stuff, just to make sure that's
okay. Gotcha.
So I won't bother playing the videos because just go to Jim's page and he's got hundreds and hundreds. I think last time Nick and I looked, it was like over 500 videos.
Wow, that is commitment. Well, that's another Gold Star member of our community, just cranking out quality content, not ruffling any feathers, not stepping on any toes. Gold Star Jim Gary.
Yeah,
but that is only because nobody else wants to develop for the MC10.
The true colors might be shown if that was to happen, huh? Okay.
I thought we do have a couple more, though, now. He's not the only one.
That's right. Davey Mitchell, our very own Davey Mitchell, I must say in full disclosure, is also a patron of the show, but we love you nonetheless. Davey Mitchell.
Yep. So this is actually from Davey Mitchell, and this was posted in Discord, I think yesterday. And this is a Dragon Unique game called Droids. And we were mentioning a few shows ago about the fact that we should start getting we should start porting a lot of these Dragon games because they had a lot of unique games we had never seen before. Now, this isn't like the cream of the crop or anything, but this is one he just posted a video for. With a nice semi-graphics intro screen.
Yeah, very cool. Requires right joystick, and at least they tell you which one, too.
Yeah. I'll fast forward this a little bit. Well, unless you want to read it, but he holds the screen on for
the droids, removing the lead shields, the lead shields from under the trioxton bombs. Well, I can't read when all three bombs have been dropped. This is why I don't read manuals, because I literally can't read. Oh, it's Steve Bjork's favorite color set.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that in Discord.
You need to lower the volume, Curtis. You're killing us. You're killing us. You're killing me, Smalls.
Oh, that sound chip.
If I had $1 for every game Steve Bjork developed in this palette mode,
I'd be broke.
But we could change it now.
Yes, that actually I mentioned that in the comment to him in Discord. With CoCo VGA and the CoCo 3, we can do the reset palette thing. From what I gather, this game though, there's all these little bricks that are holding bombs back from falling down if the bomb hits the ball.
I see, and that's what they're doing. They're pulling the bricks away to drop. Oh, so you have to.
You have to shoot the aliens, prevent them from moving the bricks to drop the bombs.
Ah, neat. So kind of a reverse on like Polaris a little bit.
I think it's based on an arcade game called Cosmic Fighter or Cosmic Alien.
Okay.
Oh, copyright infringement.
Pretty well done. Pretty well done.
I haven't seen this arcade game myself, so if it is an arcade clone,
it is.
It's cool.
So that was cool. And hopefully somebody can port that over to the CoCo pretty quick, because it looks like it's all joystick based, which we shouldn't have to change any code at all. Just copy it over and away you go. Maybe change the palettes. Nick, you can add it to the next version of our color theme. This was mentioned in Discord today too.
And I think we should be fair and balanced and say that there are more than one vendors on the market that make Atari joystick adapter converters. And if you'd like to know who those vendors are, you can go to imacoconut.com.
I was just going to mention the fact the hardware itself here, because this is it's not done for the CoCo community specifically. It's basically an adapter to use modern Bluetooth controllers with a retro computer if it has the Atari DB9 connectors. We have several of those for the CoCo now. They're from Neil and Boysentech, and I think there's a few others too. But basically, it allows you to take these controllers for various other platforms, modern platforms, and then actually run them on retro platforms. And
do you have the music video that he did? And if you do it, you need to mute the music because I'm sure it's copyrighted. But there was a really cool kind of half cheesy, half well-produced video of a whole family playing with the joysticks on this thing. I saw
that in Discord. I didn't put that in the link.
It was in Discord, yeah. It was really cool. It was really cool. It was like a high-budget, homemade advert for it.
Curtis, if you go down to the bottom of the article, there should
go down to the bottom of the article.
Yes, you're too kind. Thank you.
Link says Retro Mo, and then click there, and then I think you get right to the video.
And just mute the volume before you play it.
Now the title could be offensive if you view it in a double entendre.
It's a uni-joystickle.
That's right, and that's only funny to you if you have a mind that would think that was funny.
Okay, so when you hit play, make sure you drag down the volume. Yeah. Okay, but it's really cool. So it looks like the whole family got in on making this video here. It's not in English, so we wouldn't understand it anyways, but I'm concerned the music itself is copyright. This is a Commodore game. Uses
Jumpman or something?
Yeah, modern Bluetooth gamepads and retro platforms, right? So use smart TV remote controllers too.
Yep, any Bluetooth HID, I don't know what you call them.
HID, human interface device, HID compliant, yep. Suitable for all ages, yeah.
So would this help me with Popstar Pilot?
Maybe.
Well, you would need to have a CoCo to Atari style adapter because this is for the Atari style adapters. But instead of being limited to those 9-pin vintage controllers, it's letting you Bluetooth enable modern controllers.
Yep, and now you will not be able to use mice unless it does support mice, but only for the Amiga and Atari ST. Would use a different.
Oh, that's the Ion IK thing. That was a pretty cool little cabinet thing for the iPad. Yeah.
Yep.
Mouse support for Amiga and Atari ST. Cool. So you got different modes where you could use one controller as 2 joysticks or all kinds of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in here. And again, we were talking about markets and competition and developing products. I'm sure there's been more than one product to Bluetooth enable a 9-pin joystick adapter, but this one looks like they've added some cool, unique features to have different modes and things like that.
By the way, it's add the word unicycle. By the way,
that's a whole different thing. We'd have to have a whole show on their unicycle product, but anyway, I will add this to my Atari DB9 attachment PowerPoint.
And you can even get it as a kit here, as they're mentioning too, and there's your parts and stuff. So
neat. All right, just don't ask Curtis to solder it for you. That's all.
Not if you want a working one, anyway. No. And then the last one I have, and I'm going to preamble this one a little bit. And Simon, if you're still here, you can kind of chime in on your experience. But was it a year or two ago you found that Commodore 64 that had the ants? And now Paul Shoemaker has found the equivalent with spiders on a CoCo 2.
Ooh.
So this is what the outer case looked like when he found it.
I remember lots of comments on this one. Oh, Ermagerd. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
I will be opening my computers outside the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a little what would you call it? Degraded, dirty? Something?
Wow. Oh, wow. Wow. This looks like, by the way, when you drive in Florida, the outside of your vehicle looks like this all the time in the summertime. So,
debugging.
That was in that oil.
You got stepped on, Carlos. What did you say?
I was going to say it's not as bad as that Commodore VIC-20 that was in the oil. That 8-bit guy who restored it.
Yeah, that was rough. The 8-bit guy.
But anyway, I did see comments from Paul later. He actually made a little video too, because he actually cleaned the board. He took the circuit board out, put it into a brand new CoCo case because he didn't want to touch the old case.
And rightfully so.
And he powered it on, and it actually worked. But then he started running the diagnostic cartridge, and then it failed. So he still got some work to do on it. But it did actually power up, and it did actually bring up, the basic prompt, and the cursor was flashing and the whole bit. So it's borderline working at this point. But I think they'll be able to restart.
It's almost like listed for $199.
You need to do some debugging on it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's probably either a RAM chip or the SAM that's probably screwed up.
I suggest you just play spider side so you can get rid of all the spiders in it. But
yeah,
I say burn it.
Takes a licking, but keeps on ticking.
That's one of the grodier CoCos I've ever seen. So,
grody.
And that's it for news.
That's a perfect word, grody.
Okay. And again, because this is a live broadcast and some things are beyond our control, there has been some derogatory, vulgar language posted in the live chat by what is known as an internet troll. So these things are beyond our control. And if there were children at home or anyone else of any age who was offended by that inappropriate language, we do apologize, but that was not within our power to take care of. But the potty mouth person has now been banned from making any further inappropriate comments. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Curtis, thank you for your news segment. Thank you for everything you've done for all these years, and especially for these past couple of weeks. All you guys, how you've come together. When you guys talk about, is this a show you want? Would you be proud to show your family members? To me, this is a show I am proud to be a part of because of all you guys, because of what you've made it, because what it is because of you guys. Right now, there is, there was 20 of us in the panel. We're now down to 16, so a few people fell asleep. But we've had 20 people in the panel, and just on YouTube alone, there's been, upwards of about 35 live viewers for going on 3.5 hours. That means that of the 20 people here, at least 15 of them were not us that are still watching. And they've been with us for 5 hours, so they haven't been offended. They have not commented that anything is unacceptable or vulgar or any other thing. So to everybody who's been a part of this from the inside, helping us create the content, to those on the outside who've been supporting us on this journey, I want to say thank you to you all. I am proud of the show. I'm proud of the people on the show, and I am honored that people watch it. And thank you. You're all too kind.
Thank
and
you.
Stevie,
yes, you're too kind. And thank you.
Yes, you're too kind.
To
your point about being proud of the show, people at work, I tell them what I'm up to over the weekend, and every now and then they ask for a link, and I know they're not going to watch the show. But I give them the link because I'm proud of the show.
Yeah.
If they want to see me on the show, they can watch.
Yeah, I mean that you could tell if they did watch the show because Monday they would be laughing at you.
And there's a community around. There's a community around the show. We actually talked during the week, and again, I'll bring up how Curtis and Nick helped me upgrade the RAM in my computer, and it's been a valuable resource.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't help you with your pop star skills, but at least we have.
Well, the game only has one level anyway, I'm pretty sure. So.
Do you still have a dead CoCo?
Oh, I do, but I've got a CoCo 2 on possibly another CoCo 2 lined up.
On the way.
But not on the way. It's we have to arrange final payment stuff. But yeah.
Well, Nick, try to make it to CoCo Fest this next year, and we'll get your other CoCo fix so you have a backup.
Yeah.
Is Carlos still here? Or did he leave?
No, he's still here.
He's here.
He's muted. But
well, Carlos, I see you put some bullet points here in the Zoom chat. Are these things you wanted to say? Is it things you want us to say, or is that an internal monologue there?
No, just my thoughts, just for the guys on the host. You don't have to go through.
Well, that's up to you. These are your words.
I think you did a good job in expressing different views on the topics. That's cool.
Okay, and we're going to have one more opportunity to do that after the break. Are we done with the news, L. Curtis Boyle?
Yes, we are.
All right, so let's hear some more Curtis music here. Let's pick a different track here, and this completes the news segment, boys and girls. All right. So we're going to run one more commercial, and then we're going to have a host discussion before we complete the show. So let's see. We have a chance. We have a choice of commercials here. We could do the CoCo Forever. We could do a Boomerang commercial. We could do the OS 9 Forever commercial.
Nick Marionettes.
You want OS 9?
OS 9 very Forever. Offensive to Nick Marentes, by the way.
Okay. And I'm perfectly okay with that. And here we go, boys. So we'll be back in about a minute and a half.
Wait for it.
Wait for it. It's going to happen. Let's try this again. It was OS 9. Here we go.
Hi, it's Curtis Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of Nitrous 9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCo talk show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation Nitrous 9 is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual, and yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
How do you rate that Aussie accent, Nick?
Nick, do you copy?
It's not quite accurate, but it's funny.
He didn't say crikey.
Crikey. He didn't have any of that classic stuff. Yeah, that's
crikey.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
I give it 2.5 Vegemite sandwiches.
Yeah, it's missing the winky at the end, though.
Oh, so you're fat. Yeah.
No.
That was really Nick.
In my opinion, there we go. That.
In my opinion, you know, with rising entertainment costs, CoCoTALK is a great value.
It's a real value, yeah. 6 games, they're all incredibly different.
All right, so we're gonna embark on a host discussion. Hopefully, I spelled this right. We are going to discuss an issue that we will call memory gate, and this issue is going to touch on the topics of competition and what we will consider to be acceptable, if I can spell right, behavior. Okay, I don't know if all these things are going to come up here, but let's see. Okay, there we go. Host discussion. It is called Memory Gate. It is about competition and it is about acceptable behavior, which got cropped off, but it's okay. All right, so as we've already started off the show, we've aired our own dirty laundry. Have we made some mistakes? Absolutely. Have we said some things that maybe we aren't proud of, or maybe we're over the edge, cross the line? Absolutely. But we're human, and what's more important was, even though you can't be judged by your intent, is what was your intent. And I could say with high 90% of the time, our intent has always been completely honorable and beyond reproach as far as how we present ourselves as a broadcast medium and how we engage with our community as a community service. So I just want to establish that that's what I honestly feel we have done in our history here in the 110 episodes in the 2 years we've been doing this. And there's an issue that's come up, and so we have looked within. We've confessed to our sins, and part of another thing I want to do in this show is if we are going to truly report on what is truly news, and we're going to really talk about things, we need to talk about things, even if they're uncomfortable truths. We need to talk about what's going on in the community and what is more of a bigger picture than a piece of the picture, because everybody's going to see a piece of a puzzle and say, well, what's this person talking about? Why is this person that person? When you put all the pieces together, there's a bigger picture. What I need to make sure we do when we do this is that we are completely clear. We are completely transparent. We're completely honest. We need to state what is a fact, if it's a fact. And if we're expressing opinion, we need to say, in my opinion. And we'll express it as our opinion, because we are all entitled to our opinions. And for me to tell you to not have an opinion, well, that's censorship, and that's trying to stifle free speech. So I want you all to express your opinions. I want you to be open. I want you to be honest. But I would ask respectfully, when you're expressing those opinions, please do it in a consciously civilized manner that sets an example of how a community member should speak on behalf of themselves in this community. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's the issue? I'll go ahead and read off a little prepared synopsis as I tried to distill what's going on. But we're going to call this issue Memorygate. And this isn't the first time an issue like this has happened, but this is the current one, and we're going to discuss it and we're going to talk about it because it's what's going on in our community, and this is real news. Okay. So what was the issue, and when did this start? Well, right before CoCo Fest, there was a product announcement from Cloud9, which introduced their new 2 meg memory board, which was talked about last year, but did not reach the market till this new year. When the advertisement was made, when the declaration was made, well, they were talking about the features of their board, and they made comparisons against the Boomerang board. Now, unfortunately, even at the initial time of posting, when these things were posted, the comparisons and the data was outdated. It was inaccurate, and to be fair, he probably based these decisions based on the information that he knew previously, but the Boomerang board was already in the process of being updated. So it could be an honest mistake. Hey, I reported facts based on the facts as I knew them at the time. But the problem is that people tried to speak out and correct the facts, and these people were getting their hands slapped. All right. So, and at the end of all of this, during CoCo Fest, because the accusation was Boomerang does, but Cloud9 does, Boomerang don't. Boomerang doesn't do this, Boomerang doesn't do that. Well, guess what? The Boomerang 2 meg board with the Rev 2 of the DAT board, it does everything that Cloud9 board does. It does everything that their advertisement says it doesn't, which now means this advertisement is inaccurate. And Mark Barlett himself went over to Richard's booth, ran his own independent tests on the memory board, and said, yes, this board does exactly the same thing that my board does, which now completely invalidates the ad and the comparison chart, but it's still there. And there's been no amendment, there's been no correction, there's been no redaction, so there is now false information being there. That is the opening statement of what's going on. Now, here is what I'm going to say, in my opinion, are some issues with this, and also be mentioning some facts in this case that have been going on. Well, the first thing is, if somebody just comes across this advertisement and says, oh, well, Mark says his board's got all these green check marks and Richard's got a couple of red ones. Well, I'm going to say, let me buy Mark's because his is the better product. Well, it's no longer true. So people could make a purchase decision based on misinformation. So I view that as an issue. What I think is a bigger issue is the behavior surrounding all of this. And this was a word, I'm going to be honest, I didn't know what it means. I had to look it up. But vitriol. Is that how I pronounce it? Vitriol?
Vitriol.
So vitriol behavior has been ensuing around this issue. Very acidic behavior. Some very anti-competitive behaviors. Some very unpleasant attitudes and tactics are being exhibited by people who are related to this product. Now, and anybody who tried to speak out, anybody who tried to correct it or have a contrasting point of opinion, well, they're being met with contempt. They're being met with mockery. And in some cases, they're experiencing various levels of personal intimidation, which I am strongly against. Okay. During CoCo, as I mentioned, the board was proven to be compatible and exactly the same. So, but there are witch hunts going on around this. Even now, even after, hey, listen, you wanted to have your moment, you wanted to promote your product. It's a big CoCo Fest moment. Boom, that time has come and gone. You had your moment. You talked about your product. You sold your product. But guess what? There's misinformation here. That hasn't been corrected. And the behavior, this witch hunt behavior, has not ended. A month later, it's still going on. And this includes attempts at defamation of character, personal discreditation, our show, saying our show is vulgar being one of them. And that should have all ended the minute that the test was proven that these boards are the same. Mic drop. The case closed, right? So it's still going on. So what's happened now? Well, like I say, the drama has continued. The conversations are being made in public forums. I believe this, and I believe this is what I believe, and I think I'm not being anti-competitive, and I want to, this and that other. And then came the paper. The manifesto came that was supposed to prove this point, that competition is bad. I'm going to tell you why competition is bad. Here's my paper. Well, most of us read this paper. The majority of us don't agree with the paper. Not only did it not validate what I consider to be unacceptable behavior, it really just, in my opinion, I'm going to be honest, this is my opinion and I'm going to speak freely on it. It's just enforcing what I consider to be completely biased and unacceptable tactics on approaching people, the community. And that's all that paper did to me, was continually further show this person's bias. So that paper was done. What I'm seeing here are patterns of anti-competitive behavior. There's a segment of the market that is trying to make strong efforts to control competition in this market, to chastise, discredit, and even silence those who are speaking out about these behaviors. And the people who are doing it aren't just the casual people. These are people who are supposedly prominent members of the community who should, in my opinion, act a little bit more responsibly and be a little bit more open-minded about things. So there's the issue. I've stated facts and situations. I've injected some of my opinion on there. I'm setting the tone for what we are going to discuss. There you have it in a nutshell. This is me in a nutshell. Look at me. I'm in this crazy nutshell here. So now I'm going to turn this over to the floor. And I want you guys to speak your opinion. If you want to cite facts or things you saw, things you know, make sure you're speaking facts, and make sure if you say when you have an opinion, this is your opinion. Who wants to go first on this whole memory gate issue?
Well, I guess I should be the one going first, since I am Richard Lorbieski. I'm from Boys on Tech, and I am the one that produces the boomerang. Now, one thing I do want to correct, Steve, about what you're saying. It was Boise who came up with that first paper, but it wasn't. His point was duplication of hardware. It wasn't. He was trying to make a case of saying we shouldn't be duplicating hardware, because steps on people's toes. Other people pointed out, duplication of like this can also waste resources. There's also expenditures that do occur, and those are valid points. But I'm in the other camp where I believe in, it's not just competition, but it's also choice. When you are in a market and you only have one player that's providing something, those prices can be artificially high because people, they're willing to pay for that product. And I'm not saying that it's entirely wrong. This is just part of capitalism. To me, that's what it is. So when another person comes in and says, and this is where I came in and said, you know what, I could do this a lot less money. And of course, when that happens, innovation happens as well, because what Mark did was like, oh, wait a minute, he's going to come in, I'm going to come up with a 2 meg board. Now, when I started with the 512, one of the things was, and I had other people help me with this, and I'm going to be upfront about it. But one of the things was brought up was like, the CoCo already does support kind of 2 meg. It's already built in. Nitrous 9 already supports it. So why don't we also do a 2 meg? And my decision was, let me concentrate on the 512. And I came up with a TTL version of this. And I wanted to come out before CoCoFest. And this is CoCoFest 2018. And again, this is where Mark then accelerated his to 2 meg. Now, I decided, at CoCoFest, we had a price war going on. He dropped his much lower than I really anticipated that he would do this. But I decided, well, I think I need to expand my, I guess my product memory options. So I greenlighted the 2 meg. But the other thing I did, one of the things I believe it was a mistake, is I was very open about the 512K project. But when I did the 2 meg, I did it in complete secrecy. There was only 3 people that knew that I was working on this, and none of you guys knew what was going on until the day of CoCoTALK, when I just said, "Hey, look what I got." And you remember that day, right?
Mm-hmm. Boomerang Mania began.
Yeah, it was just like, "Oh my God, what's this?" You guys thought it was another 512. I said, "Nope."
You know what thought ran through my mind when you told us about that? How is this even possible?
Yeah. Well, it's not really magical, and the thing is that, and some people, and this is what really had bothered me up until this point. Now, when competition does happen, you're going to have some kind of friction between some vendors at times, and you're going to have snark comments. I call trash talk, and that's part of the recipe or the equation. I have been in situations. I had a computer store in a college town, and believe me, the competition was fierce. And then I made another mistake. I got into the ISP business, which was even more fierce. And so, yeah, I'm used to this. It can happen. But when the memory thing came around, it went from snarky to very personal. And some people accused me of stealing designs.
But it was put in quotes. Stealing and copying was put in quotes.
Yeah, stealing, copying, which is completely untrue. I have always developed things independently. If there was designs that I saw, because there's a lot of designs out there, I have contacted these people to get permission. And I was really ticked off about that. I do not copy people. Now, how do you come up with something original as a 2 meg? I mean, it's memory, it's RAM. They all operate the same thing. And now one of the things I wanted to do, and was again a consensus, was there was a product that was already out there years ago. It was Disto, had a 2 meg, and I didn't really think a lot about the whole Sierra online game thing, because these games were patched 10 years ago. And to me, I was like, okay, well, we'll just keep the feature of a software switch to where people can switch back and forth. But I was trying to keep it within the game, compatibility, instead of maybe moving forward. But, we did change that because we were looking at it and said, this is kind of a dumb idea. So we did update our firmware to where they're fully compatible with the Sierra Online, because we also discovered Donkey Kong Remix requires it had to require a patch, or the going with using the disable switch. But the other thing that got to me was there was an ad on eBay. The guy was selling a CoCo 3 with a 2 meg board in there with a triad. And
that's Cloud9 fanboy. This is a handle. Yeah.
Yeah, and to me, I can understand. He didn't mention any names at all.
Mm-hmm.
But then he wasn't really selling that color.
He wasn't selling the computer. He was selling the upgrades and the quality of the upgrades. And he was also saying this is not like the $25 knockoff memory you get in memory. So whoever this was an insider that was doing some very deliberate inside kind of defamatory statements where this is raw. This is a quality memory board, and this has got the super duper,
I
Guardian.
was really appalled by that. I said, I'm sorry to jump in on it, but really. I was like, I cannot believe, and that's one of the things I don't agree with when you sell a product. You don't tear down somebody else's product. You concentrate on your strengths.
Let me interrupt you real quick, because you corrected me on something I might have said when I was explaining Boise's paper. So I want you to make sure you can correct me again, so I can verbally correct myself. But I want to also, when you're saying what people, and repeat what you just said about focusing on strengths. So I guess where I was going to go with this was where we can say, well, you should. Well, yeah, but how about we say a different word, so we're not dictating behavior, right? So it would be nice if somebody took a higher road and focused on the strengths rather than trying to outline someone else's weaknesses.
Right. Now you could do things like compare and contrast. So when that chart came out, and to me, charts can be a little misleading. But the thing is, charts are actually a acceptable practice that when you're comparing your competition. I'm not offended by that chart at all, and I came up with the rebuttal with it. Now, one of the other things that had bothered me is there has been such problems in the past. Now, when I decided to get involved with this board, the people that helped me, one of the agreements was they want to remain anonymous. And the reason they wanted me anonymous is because they didn't want to catch all kinds of crap by some people in the community.
Which has happened, which we've seen plenty of.
We're seeing plenty of,
which was rightfully so. You want to avoid retribution because retribution happened.
Right, and it's more of what was going on was they weren't going after the message, but they were going after the messenger. And the vitriol, if you want it as a word, was so bad. To me, it was bad because there was a lot of eyes and ears out there at CoCo Fest. A lot of people saw this, because there's over 100 people that attended CoCo Fest. So the tension was really deep, or what you want to call it, dense. But a lot of people saw this, and the thing that would concern me is if, as a vendor, many of us do collaborate with one another, and we talk, we share information, and we do things. That could jeopardize me trying to collaborate with other people in the future, because they're going to I really don't want to do this because, I don't want to catch crap.
Right.
That's where the people, when you say anti-competition, I wouldn't say it anti-competition, it stifles competition. But there is a good thing with competition, as I have said, and I'll say it publicly, that the prices have dropped, but not only that, innovation has increased on both sides. Mark decided to come up with the 2 meg board. I did, and we've been leapfrogging, trying to add more, sweeten that pot to entice people to buy the product. And that's actually, to me, is a win-win, because we stay on our toes.
Right. Intel and AMD both exist, and the consumers win because there's choices.
Right. There's choices, and they try to stay innovative. If you just have one person, there's really the incentive is not really there compared to when you have competition at you. The other thing that has been ramped up, I think I've been more, that I've been successful, is that I have been one of the few people in the community that offers online ordering. And not only am I on eBay, people can go to my website, they can order the product, and all the shipping and everything is calculated automatically. It doesn't matter what part of the planet you're on. You could be in Australia, you could be in the United States, you could be in the Philippines. You could just order it, put your information, whether it be PayPal, credit card, whatever, it's done automatically. And when it gets shipped out, you get notified automatically, so you can actually track the package. And with the edge that I have, it's basically price and convenience.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt you real quick. I just noticed we're coming up on 4 hours. I'm not sure if anybody's watching this on Facebook, But the Facebook live streaming has got a 4-hour limit. So in 5 minutes, this is going to fall off of Facebook. It's going to end. So if anybody's still interested in hearing this conversation continue, if you're on Facebook, you might want to jump over to the YouTube channel, which is live.cocotalk.live. And before I turn it back to you, Richard, I just want to acknowledge to Salvador Garcia from Glenside had a comment in there. Grant Leedy wants to come in. Should we let him in? Put it to a vote. He says, the problem I see is that we should not see duplication of products as competition, but rather as options. We should not have a product versus a product fight to the death, nor should we have the buy mine, not his type of attitude. Thank you for sharing your opinion on that, Salvador. And back to you, Richard.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I completely agree with that, because if somebody buys a Triad Plus, it's a win for the community. Because the thing is, when people come as let's say you're a newcomer and you see, wow, I have choices, that means they're going to be more likely to stay, because there are so many other people that are here to support it. The other thing about having choices is some people may not like what, they say, you know what, I really don't care about the boomerang. I like dealing with Mark Marlette. He's been around for many, many years, and that he has and I'll say this publicly, the guy comes out with rock solid stuff. He is a good guy.
Oh, absolutely. He's a good guy, and he's got great products. I don't think, and I don't think anybody would deny that. And the only people who would say something to the contrary are what's happening with over here on this side, is where you're trying to defame somebody, to discredit them, because when you can't, haters are going to hate, basically, right? So it would be a hateful comment, but not a true comment. And we're right now on the receiving side of some of these hateful and untrue comments.
Right. And to me, it feels to me, and in my opinion, is these people want to, they've done everything to discredit me by saying I steal designs, that I copycat, that I don't come up with original stuff. And they would love to see me just get run out of this community, drive me out. And that is not right.
Yeah, there is a pattern of what I'm going to say, and what did I say incorrectly? And I'm gonna be honest here. Listen, I'm a human being. I am emotionally attached to this, and I am, to put it politely, pissed off on how people are behaving and things that are being said and being done. And so some of the emotion is distorting my logic. So if I said an incorrect word when I was describing the paper, what were you correcting me again, so I can say it myself?
Basically, he was making the case about duplication of hardware.
So by saying it was anti-competitive was not the best thing. I've correct me, and I'll stick with your correction, Richard. So
well, no, I don't think he's being anti-competitive. I think what they're trying to do is they want an open market as long as it's not a direct competition. Or the other thing is, we should be openly communicating with another person if we're basically going to step on their toes. Well, I just disagree with that, because I don't feel that I don't think that I should have to talk to somebody. It's almost asking.
Yeah. There's a lot of holes in the logic. And again, I'm going to speak my opinion and use the words. I am not a lawyer. I am just a schmuck. But when you make a statement like, well, you should ask for permission before to make a product. Well, to me, that is an anti-competitive statement. And maybe I'm not a lawyer. Maybe that's not the right word, but that's the word I'm choosing to use. Substitute that with the proper word. It's kind of a schmuck move, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But then the logic is, the next paragraph says, well, whoever was to the market first should be the owner of that market, and then anybody else should come to them. But guess what? When it came to that space, there was a 4-port serial board that Jim Brain announced and had at the CoCo Fest for 2 years in a row. So he was at the market first. Nobody came to Jim and asked him for permission, because Mark Marlette has made an announcement. Oh, guess what? I'm going to make a 4-port serial board. Okay, well, guess what? Jim Brain had one 2 years ago. According to Boise, you should ask permission of who was in the market first. No permission was asked there. So it sounds to me, in my opinion, that they would like us to ask them for their permission for us to do things, but no permission is being asked to other vendors in the same space. There are real-time clocks in this space. There are 4-port serial ports in this space, and there is no consideration on stuff. Again, my opinion, what it sounds like to me, what it feels like to me, is what's good for us is good for everybody. What's good for you guys is what we will deem acceptable. Sorry, I'm a little bitter. Go ahead, Steve Bjork.
Yeah, I was talking to my wife, who's an attorney, about this thing about, like these people want to protect their stuff that they came to market first. And she made a very simple statement: get a patent. And then I told her, hey, this is a hobby market. There's not enough money in it to make a patent like that. And she goes, then why are these people worrying about these things? In other words, this is a hobby friendly market, not a big business with lots of money on the table. Go at it. Have fun.
Well, and the other thing is, how do you patent a 2 meg board?
That already existed.
That
the 512, the 512 board was designed by Tandy. The 2 meg board was designed by Disto.
Well, and the other thing, there was other bigger memory options, and the other reason why I rushed to market, and I want to be first. The Triad was not the only one I was really worried about. There was Jim Brain's 8 meg board. There is Paul Barton had expressed bringing out his no-can board. And then there's the Gimme X project that Ed has, and he could have easily put memory on there. And again, I wanted to be first, because if I'm first, then at least I can have at least some input on how the market is guided. I'm not saying me personally, but everybody buys into these boards. They say, well, we're going to have to maybe work around that, the future vendors, to accommodate, to be compatible with the technology out there, is what I'm getting at. I don't know if that makes sense, but because Ed was saying, well, I might put an option for the memory, and I gave him a suggestion. Well, why don't you? It's only 2 address lines that have to be going to those memory boards, the 2 meg. Why don't you just come up with an apparatus to where it'll hook up into the Gimme X? And I think that's what he's working on. I can't speak for him or Gary Becker, because they're the two that are collaborating on this. But and I'm going to stress this. There was this. One of the things I don't understand is, why is there this fascination of who came up with this, who is behind it with me? Honestly, it's none of your business. I mean, the board's there. I support it. It works. And that's really all there is to it.
It's a quality product. It works. It has support, and it's an option.
Yeah.
And nobody's forcing you to buy one product or the other.
And my reason is, and again, the people that have helped me with this board do not want to be public about. I mean, they don't want to be upfront. They want to remain.
They don't want to be dragged into this.
Right, and it's already happened. So, and I'm admitting here that I know I've got some of my own kind of angst over the issue, but to me, it's a combined weight of everything. To me, again, maybe this is not the right legal or accurate word, but the behavior and the tactics and the practices are. They're coming to me from a point of hypocrisy where it sounds to me, my interpretation of this paper is, if the product exists, you shouldn't make it, period. And that is that person's opinion. And if all they did was state their opinion and be done with it, that would be fine. But the opinion was, it just would not be let go. Not only do I feel this way, but I'm going to now, go on this witch hunt. And now this person, Brock, on Facebook, who's posting something, well, now we need to know who Brock is. Who are you, Brock? Do you know Richard? You lied about knowing Richard, not knowing Richard. But why? Why are you going after Brock? Because Brock is covering their identity for to avoid this very clear and present retribution that's happening. I don't see that as a crime. I see it as somebody saying, well, this person is speaking out against us, so let's hunt them down. That's basically what's happening. That's an oversimplification and a gross way of describing it, but that's what it looks like to me. And I'm privy to a little bit more stuff behind the scenes because I'm also in the admin Facebook group, and there are things that are going on there that I just think are crossing certain lines of what I consider to be civilized behavior. So.
Well, in the one thing, when I first disavowed about Brock, I did not know at first. And the other thing that I kind of, and I was a little, I would say, quick to judgment here. is one of the things I don't like is people speaking on my behalf, and I don't know about this.
Right, and we're getting questioned. Is this Barack Obama? Is what David Lord wants to know. So yeah,
yeah. And the thing is, when they were looking at it, people were looking at if I'm having people speak for me, that means, and I'm here, that means I am weak about this. And the thing is, I've been ignoring a lot of this. I'm just like, you know what, just say your opinion and go with it, but it has gotten very personal, and if you keep repeating some of the things that have been said, especially the ones that I steal designs and I'm a copycat and coming up with cheap knockoffs, you keep repeating that over and over again, people are going to start believing it, and that's why I'm speaking out.
Cool. Are you done, or do you have more to say?
I'm pretty much have said what I needed to say. I mean, I could probably go on and on and on, and it'd be more ranting.
Well, we'll let some more people chime in, and if they want to comment on things, and then maybe that might trigger something else for you to add to that. So, I want to be clear about this. My point here is and to not to be hypocritical, I'm not trying to start another witch hunt. And I'm being honest here. Yeah, I mean, this is offending me because of just some principal beliefs I have on how people should treat other people, and I see those treatment practices are ones that I personally do not approve of. I think most people in civilized situations would also not approve of, but you're entitled to your own prisms and how you view things. But I see this as just, it's a bigger issue than just one thing. It's a bigger issue than just competition. When you have somebody or a group or a situation where people are taking semi-extreme measures to enforce, I don't know how to say it, but other than a biased perspective, well, we've already got this product, so we want to strongly suggest that people make products that don't exist. Well, that's kind of a self-serving statement and philosophy to have. And again, if it was just a philosophy and it was just a statement and it was put out there and people were able to agree to disagree, and it was done civilly, that would be one thing. But it is not being done civilly, and this is why I feel we kind of need to call to light of this. But again, I'm not trying to start a witch hunt. I want to make sure we're fair, honest, balanced, reporting what's going on, and also inject how we feel about it. Because I'm going to be honest with you too. When this whole thing hit, it was a big black cloud over CoCoFest. It was a lot of air being let out of the fun balloon, and it was potentially going to be, I think a lot of people were saying, oh man, do I even want to go to CoCoFest because we got these people complaining about these people. There's all these nasty comments on Facebook. It's already become a thing. It's become dramatic, and we're not even there. Ron, you going to say something, or are you just moving your finger around?
No, I'm going to say something. This whole thing did not affect me whatsoever. Right? I mean,
well, that's good.
Nothing. Yeah. It had nothing to do with me going to CoCoFest or enjoying myself. I know Richard somewhat. I know the other guys somewhat. I helped diagnose a couple of computers for Marlette and stuff. All this stuff seems to me, because it's off on Facebook, to be disjointed from us. Here.
Well, there was one. I want to add something here, Ron, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, because it's now you're mentioning that what I don't want to happen. I mean, this could potentially fracture the community, and the community is not as big as other communities. What I don't want to see is people picking such sides, and they're saying, well, Ron, you're helping Mark Marlette. Oh my, you can't do that. I don't want that to happen at all.
Yeah.
I think people.
I don't see anything fractured.
It can't become fractured, because you could be guilt by association, and I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I seem to want to get along with everybody, and I don't really.
Yeah.
This whole thing. I don't think it even should be on here, because it really doesn't affect the show.
Well, but I'm going to say that you're probably in the minority on this, Ron, and that's okay. We respect. we're having a discussion, but that's okay, Ron. Let's let some more people speak. Here's a comment from David Lord. There's no governing board of product development for the CoCo market. No one has to bend the knee. So it has not affected you. And and see, you are a percentage of people who are looking at this from a perspective saying, well, what's the controversy? What's the problem? I'm going to tell you what I think the problem is, and it doesn't mean you need to agree with me. But you have to understand that when we do these things, that our actions have consequences, and some of these consequences can have a negative impact on the community. It hasn't affected you, and I'm grateful that it hasn't, but it has affected other people. And if certain things were to go unchecked, they could have larger reaching ramifications. If there was this totalitarian rule where no, we've already made it, we're going to control the market, we're going to do this, and these are going to be the products, then that is going to be bad. And if you don't realize that certain beliefs or philosophies could take us down that path, and you don't speak out against it, say, hey, and maybe it's not happening, but to me it feels like this is happening, and we have those discussions. I want to prevent these problems from getting further or going down the road. So again, I'm telling you things based on my observations and my feelings, and my feelings are different than yours, but I respect yours. But let's hear from everybody else, because this is a panel and this is a discussion. I'm
sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing. I'm sorry to kind of like hijack the thing, but when you say it doesn't affect people, well, imagine being in the shoes of being accused of stealing, and coming up with knockoffs.
It's defamation.
It just like, oh my God, really? Right. Seriously? Yeah. I mean, to me, I'm just like appalled by that kind of behavior.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. Okay. But
yeah.
What recourse do you have? You either take them to court, or you just
you don't. It's not a recourse. It's a discussion.
And these people, their sin will find them out. Regardless of who it is, who's ever, they're going to do it again in other things. And it'll be apparent.
Well, my goal here is I don't think there is. We're not going to. I don't think there is an exact solution, and it's definitely not going to happen as a result of this discussion. What I want to make sure we do on this show and in general as a community is to discuss the issues that are happening, and then everybody have the biggest problem I have in this is that it's been a one-sided argument where the people who are saying you shouldn't do this or shouldn't do that have not been open to civil discourse to look at a possible different perspective on the problem. That is the main thing I see as the issue. And then there's defamation of character and slander and libel and inaccurate statements and personal attacks. That's just the icing on the cake. But the most important thing is that if you're in a situation where you're trying to enforce an opinion and your opinion is completely inflexible, I have a problem with that, and I'm going to talk about it. And you're welcome to express your perspective on it too, but I want us all here to get this out. And this is what I want our show to be, but it's not going to be to create drama. It's going to be to address issues and discuss them. What happens is people are going to make their own decisions and form their own opinions. And I honestly, I'm not sure anything is going to change other than the fact that when things happen in the future, we're just going to talk about them and try to be open and honest and fair in these discussions. Anybody else want to talk about that? Yeah, go ahead, Curtis Boyle. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so for me, there's a few issues, and we've kind of covered them. I'll just kind of enunciate them a little bit too. One is the personal versus technical attack. I mean, like as Richard mentioned, the chart is fine. It was outdated, but very recently outdated, so I could see why Mark had published that. But when we start getting to personal attacks, like accusing of stealing of stuff, that's going too far. I mean, this is a hobby. It should be fun. You should not be making personal attacks. I mean, even when Bill and I used to have heated arguments during the design of Nitrous 9 back in the day, we were always arguing technical points, and you get quite vocal and defend your position, etc. But it was never like, Bill, I can't stand you, you're an idiot, or whatever type thing. It was on the technical merits, and I think if you're going to have discussions or arguments over that kind of thing, it should be on the technical merits, not on a personal level. So that's one point. Two, going back to Boise's paper a little bit, I mean, talking about the first to market versus first to announce. Like, I'm not sure when he says, like basically whoever comes out with it first, does that mean I've announced something, but if it's not out for another year, and if that's their criteria, then that means that nobody else is going to be able to get anything that is compatible with that for that full year until the product comes out. Like, it's basically been vaporware up for a year type thing. So it should be based on first to market, in which case in the 2 meg board here, then Richard was first to actual market with the board by quite a few months. And kind of along that thing too, I mean, Osborne is an example used for somebody that you Osborne yourself type thing. Like you pre-announce a product yourself and then your sales of your existing product, because your new product is not expected for a year. Basically, your sales dry up because everybody's waiting for your new thing. Well, that works with competition too. If I pre-announce a product at the same time that other people are developing a similar product independently of it, and I've got enough sway in the community that, people will probably go for me first because, I've been established or whatever, the reputation's really good. But if nothing happens for a year or two, and then everybody else just kind of quit developing at that point because, they've got dibs on it type thing, well, then you've Osborne the competition. And you might even start running the competition out. Like if every time Richard comes up with a board he wants to do, and all of a sudden there's an announcement elsewhere saying, oh, I'm doing this type of board, and they announced it first. And a lot of people like to keep things secret because they like to surprise people at Fest. It's part of marketing. You want to be able to, get that excitement going like David Ladd does. So if you pre-announce it and the competitor just says, oh, well, there's no point in me making it now, but then it doesn't come out for a year, then nobody has had that product for a year. They could have.
Right. And that's hard to market. That's hard to market.
Yeah. So that's the three main points I took. The personal attack, what is the definition of first? Is it first to announce versus first to actually come to market with it? And the Osborning the competition, which if in extreme cases, if they keep coming up with things that they announce first, and then Richard goes, well, I don't have any other things I want to do. So now you've basically Osborne him out of the market completely.
Right.
You start getting monopoly where, if I, like another thing too, on the pricing issue, I mean, if you created the board first and you got it out at a certain price, then you have every right to charge whatever the market will bear. First to market sets the precedence of the price, and the consumers are going to either buy it or not. If somebody comes in 5 years later with some new technology that can build the same board for much cheaper because they've invested later, they might not have paid as much for their
right.
But they invested later, 4 years later, and now there's this new piece of equipment that can do it for half the price. Then should they not be allowed to pass those corresponding savings on to the customer? That doesn't mean either side was right or wrong. They picked their hardware 4 years earlier, and that's more expensive to manufacture based on that hardware than the new stuff is. Mm-hmm. But they had the market for 4 years, so there's no loss there. And that's just the way normal business works. I mean, people try to innovate, and people come up with, I can get this thing, new equipment that makes this a lot cheaper and easier for me to produce. Well, of course, if you want to keep going at that market, you try to get that. And then others might say, I haven't fully paid off the investment on my old equipment yet, so I don't really want to invest in other, X amount of dollars to, get a new piece of equipment that would now allow me to do it.
Right.
So that's a risk you take in business. That's just normal.
Yeah, outstanding comments, I think, Curtis. You hit on a lot of the points that I was thinking of myself. You express yourself really well there. I'd love to add some further points, if I may.
By all means, Carlos Camacho, in full disclosure, of the Color Computer Store. So you are a vendor and a producer of products for our community.
Right. Not a sponsor of the show yet.
That'll change.
Yeah, at some point, right? I've come back to the CoCo community. It's been a couple of years now, and I was kind of told that there are factions and teams and things like that in this community, and it was something I never really wanted to participate at all. So the fact that I'm here doesn't in any way say that I'm on team A or B. I'm just here as a CoCo lover. I see that the community is getting bigger and bigger. So when I think back, probably there was a time where there was only maybe 20 guys still using the CoCo. And it didn't make sense for those 20 guys who are still using the CoCo to all make the same thing, because then that's kind of boring.
Right.
But now with a community that's just getting bigger and bigger, it's changing. I think, however, though, the mindset of still we have 20 guys in this community and those 20 guys shouldn't make the same thing has still prevailed.
Okay.
Perhaps I may be wrong.
Okay, your take on it.
Yeah. So, that point is just that the community is a whole lot larger now. So there is a lot more.
It's a bigger pond for sure.
Yes, exactly. Right. Then the other thing I think often is if you enjoy making something, make it. For me, what I really enjoyed in the beginning was renovating old beat up CoCos. I'd buy them or I'd find them, I'd get them as donations, I'd clean them up, and I wanted to put more beautiful CoCos out there for people to enjoy. But often that I would find that I could fix the cases, but the badges looked awful. So I went out and I sourced it, I designed it, and I created badges, and basically they were for myself. But then, other people would like them as well. So, okay, we'll sell them. But I enjoyed it, and so I think if people enjoy making something, there should be no one that should stop you from breaking your enjoyment on something. The other thing I think about sometimes is that maybe there's a lot of computer science majors in our community, not a whole lot of marketing or business people. So I would say that if you can't source a product correctly, or if you can't build it to be cost effective and to cover your margins or your investment in it, then a little bit you probably would want to reconsider putting money into a project. So that's another thought. Then something similar to what Curtis was saying is that if you are announcing a project in advance, he talked a lot about the competitive standpoint of that, but there's another aspect in that you may not ever finish that project, right? Things could get in the way.
Sure.
Or you could be setting expectations for that project that are
Osborne I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. Now, I do believe there is space for collaboration in this community, and I think often with collaboration is you're building some hardware, you want to make sure that it doesn't cause conflicts with other hardware and software. So there, I'm totally with you. I really believe that is a true thing. But
synergies, then there are a lot of synergies that are out there. Like, for example, John Strong was a primary producer of 3D printed cases for the longest time. So anything Ed Snyder made, John Strong made the case for. And so that was an example of a synergy. People have, Jim Brain has worked with a lot of people. Richard has worked with people. So there are people collaborating and helping people. And I'm sorry if I don't want to derail you. So put a pin in your thought. But one more thing I was thinking about that was, with the Ed Snyder, John Strong thing, John being the only provider of 3D printed products actually is becoming a bottleneck and is probably holding back production. And that's probably one of the reasons why Ed Snyder went ahead and got invested in his own 3D printing stuff. So now he's making his own cases for the CoCo SDC. It's because John's one guy. He's got to make things that he needs for his projects. He's got to make things, and these things take a while to produce. So when there is only one person out there to make the product, that can actually become a stifle of production. So sometimes that monopoly or that single source of something is not always in the best greater good for the marketplace, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, tomorrow, we're not all young, and a reindeer could hit any one of us. And so if that person's getting taken out, then the products that they're making are going forever. So that's not good. But yeah, I definitely believe that someone mentioned innovation, competition, huge proponent of that. I do believe that is a truth. And I'm part of a lot of different retro platforms, not just the CoCo. I'm into about 20 or 30 different other platforms. And some of the things sometimes with certain platforms, there's so few people making hardware for them that it's not as approachable as I find the CoCo community. So to me, it's like as more people are producing products and prices are more reasonable, it allows me to get into that platform a whole lot more. And if we really want to create a bigger community, then being a community that is very approachable from a standpoint of price is very important, I think. And now I will say that in terms of stealing ideas, there's no one in this community that would advocate for stealing of ideas. That
direct plagiarism.
Yeah, that's just wrong. There's no one that supports that standpoint.
Right.
And then the final thought I have, I've been sitting here listening to you all, and I've been flipping through a bunch of rainbow magazines and color computer magazines, and we all need to look at those magazines a little bit more and look back at our history and realize that the CoCo has always been a platform of competition. You know, you had Steve's awesome Zaxxon, and then you had that Zaxxud, whatever it was called.
Zach Dud.
Sud or something. But throughout the history of the CoCo, there's always been quite a bit of competition, you know, different companies going back and forth. So it's in our DNA. So those are my thoughts.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that.
I did want to add one thing that actually Carlos kind of brought up in my head here about competition and collaboration, and a specific part of competition. Collaboration, I mean, Boise mentioned that in his paper, and collaboration is a good thing to do when it's possible. I mean, that does help the community as a whole. But that depends on several things. That depends on the personalities of the people involved, because some people can work well together, some people can't. That's just human beings. It depends on their manufacturing and design. Like maybe they're doing things in an incompatible ways because they're using different hardware, different software, or whatever else it is. So maybe they can't collaborate because, you know, this design will not work with yours, and yours won't work with mine. And then there's also the approach to the product itself. Like sometimes there's more than one way to skin a cat. So there might be multiple ways you can get to the end game of whatever product you're trying to produce that may not be compatible with the other people that are there. So maybe you just can't collaborate. It's not, you know, a personal diss against the other person or a diss against the design. It's just, it's different. And that should be acceptable. Sometimes you can collaborate.
Yep.
And sometimes you can't.
Yeah, it's not a bad suggestion. And when it's possible.
No hard, white, black and white. Yes, you have to do it this way. No, you have to do it this way. It depends on the circumstance.
To me, the place that we need the most collaboration is between people who make hardware and people who make software. You know, I don't dislike the fact that there's a bunch of audio products for the CoCo. What really gets me down is that there's not a bunch of games taking advantage of that. You know, and I get that you can't support every, you know, hardware platform out there, but it's like, yeah, release something and work with some software people, or do it yourself. You know, just go back and convert some games to support your hardware, and then that's going to make people want to buy your product over everyone else's.
Yeah.
If I can say something, you know, Carlos said something that's pretty interesting. He said, you know, we're all getting older. Well, there's going to be a younger generation that's going to take over at some point, or the club and the group will die. So we need to let the younger people come in and compete as well. So if we're a closed, you know, if we're closed off and we're not competing,
right,
nobody's going to learn how to make any of this stuff.
Right. And younger might not even be younger in age, but maybe younger as far as your tenure within the community. You could be new to the community, and you've got to go through all of your own adolescent things where I need to have my first beer, make my first project, do these things, and do that stuff. Yeah, and this is great. I'm glad that we're able to talk about that. Everybody's got an opinion, and again, this is not meant to be. We're not trying to form or force anybody else's opinion, or, you know, force a view on the issue, but we want to talk about it. Anybody else want to chime in on the community and products out there?
I would just like to sum up my conclusion would be that the world is gray. It's not black and white. There is no perfect solution for this in either direction for any of the companies involved or any of the people involved. We just have to work together when we can and agree to disagree when we can't, and be civil about it. Civility is the main thing, I think, that triggered all this. Is it got quite uncivil.
Yeah. I think also the issue that comes up too is really the goal. Is it the community or is it your group? I think a lot of us here on the panel, it's about the community. Also, my wife was also saying when it comes to legal actions and like that, it's all about the intent. If there's an intent, then there's the issue. And, you know, some people have an intent that they're trying to keep the marketplace to themselves. That's really what it's boiling down to. I created this thing, this is what I want, and stuff like that. Well, nothing is done in a vacuum, and sometimes people get pretty passionate about their intents as what they're trying to focus, such as what happened at the CoCo Fest. And that also has a tendency to paint things that they do later where they're trying to create an opinion piece to state their opinion. They can't see the piece as just that piece. They see it as not only that, but everything the person's done before that.
Yeah.
So that is an issue.
Yeah, I think one of the things that this is where, you know, responsibility and accountability come into everything we do when we're communicating, especially online, right? So if you're going to post something, if I'm going to say something on this show, if I'm going to send a post on Facebook, if I'm going to write a blog, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to be expressing myself in a public forum. And regardless of what my intent was in this process, at the end, I'm going to be judged by how people perceive what I actually did. And those perceptions are never going to be drawn based on on my intention. They're going to be based on that person's perception. How do I perceive what these actual words mean? What is he saying? What is these words? And then a second layer might be, well, now let me try to apply some context. Where does this fit into the context of what's going on currently? Another thing that could factor in is, well, what is this person's character? How has this person established themselves with their patterns of behaviors? Has this person always been polite and calm, and now they're getting upset by one thing? If this is the first time that David Ladd got upset about something, it would be out of character. We would probably take it more seriously, right? But if we're going to sit here and listen to Nick Marentes talk about OS 9 again for the 900th time, we're going to be like, oh, that's just Nick. It's not going to weigh as much, right? So at the end of the day, our human processors are going to take this statement or this action or this thing, and we're going to process it based on how we're going to interpret it literally, contextually, and then behaviorally based on the source of that person. And for me, the combination of all of these things really makes me feel sour about how this is going down. And that, again, I'm expressing myself, I'm being honest. If I'm wrong, I'll come back and say, okay, you know what, now that I've got more information, I am now going to redact this because I better understand it, and now my opinion has changed, so let me tell you my opinion. But right now, my opinion is I just don't feel good about how that whole thing went down. And I would like to see us as a community make better strides towards acting in ways of better levels of behavior towards one another. Despite our differences or disagreements, our strong and passionate opinions, let's be civilized. That's all I would hope. And that's the main goal that I would hope that when we walk away from this discussion is that moving forward, if we can all be a little bit better, that would be a productive use of this conversation.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, wow, how lucky are we that any one of us now has the capability to get a CAD program to lay out a board, you know, so easily, and then have a board created in such a professional manner, and then have a 3D printer create something like, you know, we are in so many ways so lucky, and we all have the potential in all of us to create such wonderful fun products, you know, and I think that's where energy should always be put into.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I do admit some of the tone of my statements are obviously personally laced, and so I'm gonna own that. I've been trying to keep myself very civilized here. I probably have not succeeded as well as the rest of you guys. So I want to thank Richard Lorbieski for speaking his piece about everything that's been happening with the treatment of his product and his company. I want to thank Curtis Boyle for having some really eloquent statements made, and you as well, Carlos Camacho, and everybody else. Anybody else want to chime in on it? Have we beat it to death? Because it's not going to go anywhere. It's just, we're just talking, and we're not going to solve anything, but I think we've stated our case, getting some things off our chest. Anybody else? Anyone? No,
I mean, Carlos makes a good point about we have to work more with the software developers. James Jones was saying in the chat that, we have all these different sound options, as was Carlos. Chet Simpson has done some work in that regard to kind of combine all of the different sound options into one type of interface that programmers can work with.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of turn over your designs, if you run afoul of the community police, this kind of attitude that you have to get permission and you have to collaborate whether you want to or not, for all the reasons that Curtis mentioned. You just may not want to. You may not either like those folks personally or just professionally in the design, and you want to take your own approach. And you shouldn't have to just turn over your proprietary work, in order to make that segment happy. I like the comment of the 20 guys. You know, when the CoCo community had whittled down, when it was those group, the smaller group, and they did need to control their bandwidth to be able to focus on, to be efficient, and how that's changed and how the community's grown. I would just say, people like, there's multiple sound options. Again, we need to work with our software folks. There's multiple kind of Wi-Fi and networking technology. We've got 2 different drive wires. And I think if we start stifling people, we will make them not want to do any development, and that will also hurt us on the software side, which is where we need our most help. So,
Grant, were you getting ready to say something, or are you just making microphone noise there? No. Well, I believe we can't conclude a discussion about hardware without hearing from Nick Marentes, because he is the foremost expert on hardware. So, Nick, is there anything you wanted to talk about with all of your authority and experience and expertise in the hardware market? What would you like to say to us?
Well, I think everything's been said anyway, so I agree with everything. I'll just quote something that Ed Snyder made a comment on Facebook, which I agree with. He said that make what you want, sell what you want, but play nice with others and don't take things so darn seriously. And I think that encapsulates more or less what the spirit of the CoCo community, hobby community is.
Round of applause.
Thank you very much.
You're too kind. All right.
But that's the way I see it.
All right. Well, okay. So I am done with my whiny baby segment here. So I listen. If I made inaccurate assumptions about things and I later find that I've said things out of place, I will correct that and adjust for that. So we're going to end this segment. Did we have a core dump or tech segment or anything else, or are we kind of good for today's show? Or
I think we're good.
We'll put a fork in this one.
Yeah,
not yet.
I'm sorry, David Ladd. Ladies and gentlemen, David. Yes. Oh, he had his hand up too. I didn't even see that. Go ahead, David Ladd. You have the floor.
So, on the discussion of how the temperament was at the fest. From my standpoint, looking at everything, for me, I've always wanted to be in an environment with like-minded people. Of course, even in that environment, there will always be people that have their own views on items. But the biggest thing is that you can't always focus on yourself or your small group. You want to look at the bigger picture of how it will affect the community as a whole. The community must come first. Your smaller group or yourself sometimes has to come last. Unless, of course, your situation is going to be you're going to die, then that's a different thing. But the community, you must be careful what you do does not harm the community, is what I basically want to focus on. If you think what you're going to do is going to harm the community, don't do it. But if it's going to improve the community as a whole, then I don't see a problem in it. If it pisses off one other person, well, that's one person out of the community. You can't always not step on toes. But it's the community.
The greater good.
Wish you had lived by that while we were in the elevator.
Oh, but Grant, that's not what you said then.
So So we've heard from the aforemost mentioned Nick Marenti's certified hardware expert of opinions, David Ladd, community. And again, when you say something like we should be focused on the community, everybody agrees. And so, rather than saying that this is an implicit statement that if some people aren't or aren't or haven't. The goal is what are we going to do tomorrow, right? And so and I think David's summary there is great, because really that's the thing. It's, and like Ron said a long time ago, I'm here for this. I'm here for the CoCo, not the people, the CoCo. And that's what I think originally drew us all here, was our love for the CoCo, which then got us to an extent the CoCo community, which was a global online community, which then gave us the opportunity to meet together in CoCo Fest, which allowed us to meet in person. And there's so many wonderful, positive, amazing things that have come from this. And I guess at the end of the day, all we want to do is hope that we can keep things positive. And that's it, right? Keep it positive, and we can agree to disagree, but let's be civilized when we do it. And at the end of the day, the consumers are going to decide what they want. The community is going to decide what's best for itself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're stating what's probably the obvious now, but I want to thank everybody for indulging me, getting a lot of stuff off of my chest. I think this has been a very therapeutic episode for us, covering a lot of things, starting with self-reflection and everything else. So I have some new and improved closing credits that I want you guys all to hear and see. Again, just wrapping it up on a positive note. This is a really good slideshow of this past month's CoCo Fest, and that's really should be the goal, is the positive, the love, the peace, the harmony, the happy, joy type stuff. And that's what the outro is going to show. And then we can maybe have some final post-credit closing remarks. So are you guys ready for me to put a fork in this?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now I got to find it. I got to find it.
Thank God he's going to shut up.
I have a fork for you.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Here's the new, and Alan Huffman's been silent this whole time. Alan, sorry, you've been here. Does your mic work?
There's no auction going on.
My mic.
You just muted yourself again, Alan.
That's all I wanted to say. My mic works.
Okay. No further.
That's awesome.
All right, so we are going to play the new and improved CoCoTALK outro in 3, 2, 1. Oh, son of a biscuit. Hold on, we're going to try this again. Spoiler alert, it ends with Nick Marotta, but here we go again in 3, 2. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reicher, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Diffendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. CoCoNUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta.
Thank you so much.
Name so nice, you must say it thrice. I have spent all day. It was up to the wire of me re-editing and re-rendering video files for the intro and the outros and everything else. And it was like, dude, I got to take a shower. I've been sitting in this computer chair since this morning. So it was, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the love. And I think there's a lot of love with all of us. And we all, and myself included, and it happened to me even today, we can get emotionally attached to that. And sometimes that passion and that emotion can affect our behavior. I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it today. I'm guilty of it in the past. I will be guilty of it in the future. All I will hope that I will try to do more often on this show and in the community is to make a much better public concerted effort to be a good member of this public community. That's my pledge to you all. Thank you.
Well, I would like to say your closing there. I mean, it was nice in multiple ways. One, it had everybody smiling, which is the way we should be in the community.
Yeah.
And it was a nice way to bring the mood back up after a pretty serious discussion.
Yeah. Excellent.
And let's see how next week goes with my introduction of our new guest, Brock.
Rendezvous. So at one point in time, we had roughly as Salvador Garcia says, hashtag Coco Strong. Now, unfortunately, there's been a lot of chat going on. I have not been able to stay on top of the chat. So for those of you out there who have been speaking, I want to thank you. You're too kind. But let's see if we can at least acknowledge some of the people in the live chat. That's something I think I've strayed away from a little bit. There's a lot of people in the live chat. So I'm going to scroll back as far as I can scroll right now. As far as the wheel will scroll. But Mark Overholzer, Ken Reichert, Nick Marotta, Rob Inman, Ken Reichert, Ken, Nick Marotta. A lot of repetitive names here. Terry Steen has been with us. Matt Che has been with us. Rob Inman, Terry Steen, yeah, a lot of Terry Steen going on here. Rick Adams came by, and I'm not sure what he was responding to, but he said something unbelievable. Well done. That was at the 1537 mark. I don't know.
The RMS.
The RMS. Oh, excellent. Very good. Yeah, that was the good part of the show. We started out good.
Remember
it went way. That was like 4 hours ago, man. Right? So
that was yesterday.
Yes, Al Hartman from Jersey's been here, and Rob Inman and Terry Steen, and you guys got to stop monopolizing the chat so I can find other names in here. Phrenomythic, that is Fedor's, one of his many alter egos. And Matt Che and Terry Steen and Ken and my Lord, Mark Overholzer. There's a lot of people out here. James,
David Lord, Ken.
James Jones, David Lord. Who was the potty mouth? I don't remember. Lots of people. I'm gonna forget you all, but you know that we love you. Eric Canales, we love you. We appreciate you. You're here. You support us. So for those in the audience, thanks for being here every single week. Thank you, Ron Delvaux, for all you do and for being just a pure. Ron Delvaux is the pure angel of our community, and nobody could say nothing bad about Ron. Ron's a good guy.
Ron's a teddy bear.
Give me a couple of minutes. I'll find something.
L. Curtis Boyle, I'm sure we can come up with a few pies of mud to sling his way, but we'll cut him some slack today.
If I don't find them first.
Yes, L. Curtis Boyle, we love you. Carlos Camacho, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate what you do for the community, because it is a valuable service. And again, not to be biased, but this is a true statement. When you buy a CoCo on eBay, you don't know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. But what we can say, and this is a fair statement, although it also sounds like it's a plug, and I might as well make it one. But when you buy from Carlos in the Color Computer Store, you can buy with confidence because you restore the machines, you clean them, you paint them up, and as a consequence of this process, you also started coming up with new badges to make it look good, and even like replacement warranty stickers and all kinds of stuff. You've done some really innovative stuff in the space of refurbishing and creating a safe marketplace for buying secondhand CoCo. So I want to thank you for that service.
Are there spiders?
No spiders. They are spider-free. Spider-free Cocos
Get spiders if you
from
want.
Carlos Camacho. Eric Canales, you have always been a voice of reason. You are a fair and balanced and wise and generous individual. Thank you, Eric, for all you do. Or he's looking at himself like, is he talking about me? Mark Bosley, you have been our backup streaming engineer, and the show would not have happened without you on a number of occasions, and you and Tom C. and other people have done it, and I know Richard did offer to do it in the past, and I do appreciate the offer, Richard, so thank you for that. Fedor Steemen, thank you for being our headline act today and sharing this incredible discovery with us. I cannot thank you enough. Rob Inman, Rob, thank you for all you do and all your contributions to the show and your wit and your insight and your segments. Nick Marotta, what can we say? You are our muse, Nick. You are now the reason. This is not even, we should just call this Nick Marotta talk. It's not even about the love of the CoCo. It's the love of Nick. We need to have a reason for Nick to get on the air and make our lives better. Thank you, Nick Marotta. Alan Huffman, I want to thank you for not being at CoCo Fest so I could actually buy things affordably at the auction this year.
Well, even if I would have been there, I didn't have any money. Jobless, so you would have been okay.
I don't know. It's never stopped you before, Alan. You get help.
No.
And thank you for.
It's nice to see that you're real busy and doing things and talking and around. It's a wonderful thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Good to see you here, Alan.
The thing is, all we have to do is a 5-hour show. Eventually, you'll find us and get on.
That's it. Yeah. And Steve Bjork, thank you for everything you've done for the community from Audio Spectrum Analyzer to today. And thank you for treating this show with grace and respect, and you've done an amazing job. And as far as I'm concerned, you've set the gold standard for how the show could do, and I completely tarnished it today. But thank you for what you've done, and on all of your suggestions. It's an honor to have you here, and it's an honor to have you host the show and do it so well. So thank you for that.
Well, the thing I'm just going to say is Curtis and I learned from the best on what to do for a podcast.
Yeah. Not me, obviously. So
yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to go that far, but
that's okay.
Since you said it.
Mark Overholzer, I want to thank you for always being a sharp-dressed man and having the proper headgear for each and every show. Being an outstanding member of this community. Nick Marentes,
hey, Nitrous 09 forever.
Nitrous 9 forever.
Hang on. Oh, sorry, it's a long show. I'm just tired.
What did I say? Your Vegemite must be getting old, eh? You need Vegemite.
Obviously, the fatigue has started to set in.
Richard Lorbieski, thank you for being on our show and for sharing. And you provide many resources to the community: repair services, upgrade services, product services, and you're a halfway decent human being to boot. So thank you for all you do. Combined,
like last week, I was only a quarter half.
Well, it's an upgrade. It's an upgrade. Yes. David Ladd, I want to say, David, from the bottom of my heart, I'm so happy to hear how enthusiastic you are, that you're getting things back together, and you're back on the show, and you're getting caught up, and you're in a great mood, and it's contagious. So your happiness, extends to us. So I'm so happy that you're happy, David, and I appreciate you. And I'm sorry for 2 of the times I made fun of you.
Yeah, they're 412 or 5, but the first 2, yeah.
And
none.
And I just want to say, screw you, Grant Leedy.
Oh, thanks. Screw you too.
Thanks for going to Zoom earlier, Grant.
See, everybody else gets nice comments, then Stevie just screws it up.
Grant, I'm going to say something. It's because you was at the bottom of the list.
I know. I haven't figured out why I'm at the bottom. I've been at the bottom the whole damn show.
Well, it's because you pushed the elevator all the way down there. Look at that. So
that was David, not
we need to get the fire department to get you out of there now. So. Grant, you've come a long way. You've had, we're not going to say reproductive alterations, but you've had...
Just stop while you're ahead.
Basically, we're just going to go like, Grant, thanks for not taking a leak on the air.
Yes, thank you.
There's a positive praise for you today.
Thank you for only washing your hands on the show today. All right, we're going to press the button in 3, 2, 1. Any final thoughts, or say goodnight, everybody?
Good night, everybody.
Everybody treat each other well.
Yes.
God bless us, everyone.
What's that word you had, Steve? Do you remember? Or you guys?
No. What?
Okay. Oh, the sign you put up earlier about.
Oh, nah, don't worry about it. All right. Good night, Gracie. Take care. Pressing the button.
Night, Stevie.